I'm starting. Jesus Christ, I just had to turn off my fucking air conditioner. God damn it. How you doing, Vandy? Believe me, I wanted to start. But, of course, I had, you know, the streamer's curse, which is, you know, when you hit the live button and then suddenly your body's like, ha ha ha, now you have to pee. Ah, yes, that wonderful thing that happens sometimes. Thank you, body. You're just so nice. Yeah, pretty much, Del. More excuses! You paid me $5 once upon a time. I demand immediate entertainment. Pizza for free? Oh. Pizza for free. I'm trying to think how I can turn this into that, like, millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Ordering free pizza. Pizza for me. There it is. Now I got it. Vander self-care is good. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Ooh. Oh, dude. I would kill somebody for some naffy ham. That sounds like it would be delicious. Honestly, dude, like, your wife is accumulating monikers, like, forever. in my chat. Like, I'm just like, she's the fucking... She's Poggy Yaga. Now I'm like, now she has to be Food Lord. Non-accursed Food Lord. Charms! How you doing, man? Ladder? Ladder. Do I have to kick ladder? No, I don't have to kick ladder. Did I go up here already? Dude, Naviam just sounds like it would be good stuff. The fuck? Grass. This is not what I need. This is not what I want. This is useless to me. I hate this. Try item, but seek light. Try item? Grass? Touch grass? Try item, but seek light. Why do I feel like these are... I don't know, not trolls, necessarily, but... Oh, you're saying grass because that looks like grass. Alright. Because it looks like some marijuana. Where else are these fucking things? There's some shit over there I can get to. Yo, that might be fighting words, Vandy. You best watch yourself. Dell's coming for you. Yo, I got no idea where the rest of these fucking things are. Phrasing? Oh, God. Hey, you shut the hell up, you. Oh, no. Oh, that's I was gonna say that's progression. That's not what I mean. That's progress right there, man. Yep, exactly. Not even 10 minutes in full chaos already. Huh! Oh yeah. Oh, so all right. I was thinking about some stuff today while I was at work. Ooh, an egg. About specifically, like, why I don't... Oh, Jesus Christ! Lady! Thank you for the raid, madam. It is very good to see you. How are you doing? How is the rest of your Evil 7 Resident Biohazard stream? Yes, that's what that game is called. Yes, indeed. Welcome in, Lazy, Witchikins, Stray, all you wonderful people. I should introduce myself. I'm Notorious BLT. I like to play fairly difficult games, and I donate all the money that I make to charity. So, yeah. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. My recent charity, I gotta find a cancer foundation to donate my money to that shit. I just gotta find the right one, you know? So it's good stuff. Evil 7 Resident Biohazard was heckin' Gucci Gang. I'm gonna guess that means good. How is the Ring of the Eldens? Ring of the Eldens is good, although I'm only 10 minutes in, and already we have gone full chaos. Full chaos mode.
Fellowship expands.
Charms, thank you for gifting that sub to Lady of the Wood. Lady, enjoy your sub badge and emotes. Very much appreciated, Charms. Very much appreciated, sir. All the pogs to you, sirs and madams. Wait, did I just go in a circle? I think I just went in a circle. What's up, Majestic? I don't know if I would describe it that way, but all right. Wrath. What? Chaos. Yes. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Get them pettins in there. Such a stray. Thank you for the Prison Stone of Friendship. It is extremely appreciated. Thank you very much. I gotta figure out where the fuck I'm going, dude. Ah, the stretch. That's a good idea, because I did work out today, so, like... Okay. That's good stuff. The pettins. I gotta, like, do some stuff with something here, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. I probably should have finished this before I moved on the other day, but I didn't, so here we are. What? What? Thank you, girls, for the reminder to hydrate, Majestic. Is this your second playthrough? No. I had to restart because I was playing on the PS4 previously, and then when I got my new PC put together, thank you, MindLink, by the way, I was like, I'm going to restart on the PC because it's going to be better for me. And what do you know? It is. And so basically that's what's going on. Yeah. Yes, thank you for the follow of the orc. Yes. So yeah, I mean, like, basically I got up to, like, a certain point, and then it was all fresh content for me, and I had no idea what was going on. In the best possible way. Yeah. So I'm still trying to figure out what I got to do. Like, I'm fairly certain there was a message of some sort. You know what? I should go back to the thing. Oh, Runark, wonderful. I should go back to the thing and try to find out what I got to do. Where am I now? I'm in that town that's inside the Everjail. Fresh. No, not the Realm of the Giants. I'm elsewhere. No. I am going to go... Like, I'm going to go? Oof, wow. I'm going to do New Game Plus when I finish with this character. But that'll probably be an offline playthrough. But after this, I'm going to restart and do... Everjail and then try Lever. Yes, all my other gameplay was on PS4. Like, the dude with the axe, that was all PS4. Wait, did it kick me out of the Everjail? Aw, shit, dude. It totally did. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, no. It kicked me out of the Everjail. I gotta go back in there now. Shit. Alright, where's the Everjail? Get me in there. Really? Well, wait. Why do you say that, though? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. Because troll or otherwise, I am extraordinarily curious about this. Because with you, I fully expect to have some sass attached. If I'm being honest, I expect there to be some sass. Because let's be real, man. That's just who you are, and I appreciate it. I think in New Game Plus, I'm gonna keep a journal of my game knowledge so I can play like an... Dude, fuck yeah, man. I have to tell you, like, I am so happy that I did that. Like, it's been so absolutely wonderful. But it, also, let's see, Light the Four Figures of the Everjail. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Well, first off, you said bookkeeping, and I'm an accountant, so that already makes me feel pretty nice. Shit. Oh, wait. How many charges do I have on my flask? 12. Okay. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. So, Lady Raiders, how are you all doing this evening? I hope you're all doing very well. Shit! Shit! Where the fuck am I going? Heavy! Oh, I love that. You reminded me? Sorry, oh hey. No worries, man. It's good to see you. Whew, excuse me. Dude, no worries. I always appreciate seeing you, madam. You are a wonderful person. Thank you for the raid. what Vandy said, you have a very good evening, and thank you again for the raid very much, madam. It is extraordinarily appreciated. And if any of you don't know who Lady the Wood is, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Go check her out, like, right now. Or else. Or else there will be some Vander Pew in your future. Of this, I can promise you. Wait, totally off topic, but can Pinterest just not exist? Oh, no. Oh, no. Vanderpew, not Vanderpoo, yeah. Yeah, no, not Vanderpoo. Vanderpew, definitely Vanderpew. As in pew pew. As in shooting. As in daka daka. So I know that there were invisible assassins in this place, and we had to raise up a torch to see them. Yeah. The poo. Yeah. Oof. That's right, I did this one, right? I lit this guy. Yeah. An OF? Oh, OnlyFans! No, dude. Instead of OnlyFans, it's OnlyFuzz. Because it's raccoons. Yeah. Ah! Who the fuck? You son of a bitch! That sounds like a baby. I mean, you're not wrong. But also, oof. Okay, actually, I'm going to change over to the one that gives me slow health regen. Yeah. Instead of the one that gives me, you know, regen when I kill things. Okay, so we're back at the Everjail now. I gotta get up there, dude. How do I do that? Raccoon hands? Is that like a Pepe hands? Is that a Pepe hands? Only trash could get out of hand. No, this is where I got shot. I don't want to be here. Fuck this shit. That's where I got pew-pewed at. You know, man, I don't understand why people get so weird about furries. They're just people. You know, there's people that like a different thing than some others. It's not a big deal, you know? I'm honestly glad that, you know, they feel more comfortable about being themselves. That's how I see it. Seek friendship. Is that... Do I have to get up there? Is there one of them statues? No. No, there's not one of them statues. Fuck. Me? What? What do you mean? Oh. Ah! Yeah, exactly. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, I do not care. More power to you. How did I get up there before? I feel like there was a ladder that I didn't... Like, that I could have used and then just did not, you know? Pizza will be here in 10 minutes? Hell yeah, dude. So what'd you get on the pizza, though? Is it a delicious... Well, actually, I know it's not a delicious mushroom and onion because you hate both of those things. Well, okay, you don't hate onions, but you hate mushrooms. I know that. Here we go. Oh my. Oh, yes. Dude, extra cheese? That's some good shit, though. Yo, pineapple on pizza? That's another thing. I'm just like, why people gotta be weird about that? It's the sweet and the savory, you know? It's good stuff. Kiwi pizza? Okay, that sounds insane. And I kind of want to try that now. Right, how do I get... Okay, so we got to do some parkour, I think. Yeah, there's some parkour required. Abomination. Ugh. Monster. Wait, okay, are you from the UK? I ask because I know in the UK they don't do the sweet and savory thing quite as much as we do in the United States. Y'all have... Wait, what? You have banana... Wait a minute. Oh, you're from Sweden. You said Hijir. You gotta be from Sweden. Am I right? Ah! Aw, shit. savages. You have sausage fingers? Oh, I was right, though. I was right. No shade, no shade. I just... I don't know what that means. I hope you're not actually mad. It was really just a stupid guess. Yeah, no sussy, no sussy. I'm just being a goof. Just whenever I see a J in a word, I immediately think of fjords. That's all it is. Even though that's more of a Norway thing, is my understanding. Yeah, man. People did fruits and cheese all the time. No, you're good. I really hope you don't actually feel bullied. I don't want to make anybody feel bad about stuff. That is definitely not what I want. So if that is the case, you have my sincerest apologies. It was more just a very stupid but somehow accurate guess. Is there another one that I missed? Because wasn't it like 3 of these? Oh, dude. Fondue is wonderful. I just can't have it as much now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yo, okay. French fries on pizza? Yo, okay, I gotta tell you this. Ah, you motherfucker! Okay, my sister was the one that turned me on to French fries on pizza. That shit is nuts. Holy shit, it's actually, like, incredible. Where'd you go? There you are. No, I fell! You don't do mothers? Wait, did I say something? Oh, dude. Yeah. FF on pizza sounds like something you'd find while experimenting in college. It's actually, like, incredibly good. Oh. Yeah, see, like, okay, I never ate the high school lunch because it always just made me feel like poop. Why are you on your knees? That's weird. Oh, maybe it's because... No, it's not because you fell and you broke your legs. That's weird. Hell yeah, dude. Salty plus sweet is honestly just, like, it's incredible. Dude, if you don't like pineapple, that's totally understandable. That's totally understandable. I mean, like, I am a fan of pineapples. I just can't, like, I can't eat too much of it because, for real, like, that shit digests my face back. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, when you ingest it, you start, your body actually starts to digest it. But, like, before that, it's ingesting your mouth while you're trying to digest it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was like having plumes, right? Did you like my plumage? Yeah, it fights you. It's the food that eats you back, yeah. I'm sorry, Stray, I'm sorry. I really hope we're not... I hope you're not actually feeling like we're trying to pick on you. I really don't mean to. And now I'm actually worried. I really hope that I didn't come across as, like, actually trying to be a jerk. People still argue about pot? You've heard? No. But it's not a matter of hearing worse. It's a matter of, did you feel like I was trying to actually attack you? If that's the case, then, like, I mean, for real, that was not in any way my intent. You know? You have an accent in English. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, dude. I did not mean for that to come across that way. It was just supposed to be a stupid joke, but clearly it didn't really fall right. So, my apologies. And it's not even that it didn't fall right. It's more that it's just a bad joke. Oh. God damn it. Well, you got me. Wait, okay. Hang on. I did that one? There's another one, though, somewhere. Yeah? I did that. What else is left? What else is left? No, I do really care. That's the thing. I did get trolled, Spongy. I did get trolled. I got trolled real good, man. How are you doing this evening, Sponge? Is this where I want to be? I don't know. Espongimus unum. Oh, shit. She knows. See ya. Oh, that was delicious. Whew. Yeah, you're shooting. I get it. Indeed. Spongimus unum, that's new. Yeah. It's Latin for the one sponge. There's a Swedish folktale about it? Oh my god. So it sounds like you need to move to Sweden, Vandy. That's what I'm hearing. Is it Sweden calls to you? Hang on, where's the goddamn... I think the Everjail was around here somewhere. I need to go look at it again. Where did I knock that lady down? She's over here somewhere, yeah? Yep, there she is. Ow. God, you got a lot of HP. Ow. Boo! To find a grottulated old sponge covered in band-aids they call the Denzel. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Oh, the salty licorice. That. I can't, like... Okay, listen. Licorice to me is, like, the most disgusting thing on earth. I hate that shit so much. The one sponge. Oh, yes. I get you now. Listen, don't tell me to keep up. Don't tell me to keep up. But seriously, like, what is up with the people like liking licorice and shit? My wife is one of them, by the way. So you know, she's one of those weirdos that likes licorice. I don't get it. It's like old socks turned into a, I don't know, a stringy thingy. You love licorice? Well, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. No, but for real, like, can you explain why you like the taste of licorice? Okay, wait. 4 figures of the Everjail. Yeah, why do people like things, exactly? Can y'all explain why people like things? Fucking weirdos. Dude, for real, I will never understand why people are like, oh, I love spicy things that don't taste like anything. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I honestly think it's just, it's people that are, like, so obsessed with, like, the masculine ideal of being able to, like, deal with pain. And it's just like, no, it's just dumb. You like fake cherry strawberry? Dude, alright. It's bitter like you? Alright, fair enough. But is it? Is it truly though? Is it bitter? Yeah, exactly. Stop liking what I don't like, you freaking weirdos. See? Peach gets it. Alright, where is this last thing that I did not light? Then there's Jägermeister. No, there isn't. I refuse to believe that Jägermeister actually exists. Because that shit is very, very cursed. Shit. I got some bad news about Elden. Yeah, dude, you and me both. Rada. Yo, don't you go all fucking not gazpacho. What the hell's the name of that character? Damn it. What is his name? It's gonna kill me that I can't remember. Schnitzel, thank you. Yeah, don't you go all schnitzel on me, motherfucker. Yo, okay, hang on. I gotta show you this, Vandy. Oh, that's way too much. That's way too fucking big. How the hell? Damn it! Why is this so hard to do? Is this smaller? There. There you go. Well, wait, why do I have to show us? Because you'll see. You'll see. If you know anything about that show that we were just talking about, you'll understand. I know Majestic does. Why do you like that? Dude, do you not know what that is? It's Schnitzel as Radon. It's too good, man. It's too fucking good. It's Radon. Yeah, that guy. That isn't an answer to my... Oh, but it is. Oh, but it is. Why is it too good? Because it just is. Isn't that fucking great, though? Dude, it's so good. Yeah, Radon is the best Radon. It is subjective, and you know what? It's okay because I'm right. Rada. You don't even know an Emma? Well, there we are. Alright, I gotta figure out where the fuck this goddamn thing is. I've been running around like a chicken with its head cut off, and I can't find the damn thing. No, not you. Ow. Am I gonna have to? I'm gonna have to. Wait, what game are you playing that's irritating you, though? That's not good. Have you checked your butt? Hole? Have you checked your butthole? Butthole. Halo Infinite, the challenge system irks the hell out of me. What is the challenge system in that game like? Like, what is it? What does it consist of? Keep in mind, I know absolutely nothing about Halo. What did you miss? Radon. That's what you missed. You must click the link above. This be scorned for all time. Isn't that fucking great? Isn't that so good? Challenge progression for multiplayer or just a poop icing on an ice cake? Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, I saw that on Reddit the other day and was like, I need to share this with all of the people. Did I light you? No. Were you the last one that needed to light? A seal was broken in town. Fuck yeah. America. I don't know why it's America. I also don't know if there's going to be invisible assassins here, so... we shall see. Is this the way to the Halig Tree? But I have so much more to explore here. And be blind. Because of things and stuff. Dung ahead? If this is the Halig Tree, we're gonna head immediately to the underground place. Oh my god. What a fucking dickhead! Oh! Ah! Oh, of course! There's an item right back here. Of course there is. From you fuckers. I hate you right now. You are giving me the worst agita. I'm right on top of the item, you cockbags. Jesus Christ, and it's just a stone sword. Oh, it's a trumpet boys! There's trumpet boys! Yo, is there gonna be another kind of crumpet? Kind of trumpet that I can obtain is my question. little trumpet boys. Oh my god, they're so cute. Words are hard. Dude, I've been having the worst fucking time with words lately, let me tell you. Hello, trumpetman. Are you stopping because you want to kill me? Yeah, I think that's why. Yep, you're getting ready to hit me. Goodbye, trumpet lord. Is that a big trumpet lord? That is a big trumpet lord. No, don't come over here. Go away. He spin. And then he die. Okay, I think I want to go to the underground place. But I still have to explore the rest of this place. Dude, I hate that shit, right? It's so frustrating. Which is like, I just want to say the words. I just want to say the goddamn words. You know? You know, let's go here first. Ah, no, no Hernk! No poots. No instrumental poots. No. Sacramental blood, hell yeah. Let's go here first. I wanna go to that cave. I also, like, I think I'm gonna, off camera, just explore some shit, because, like, there's so much shit that I'm fairly certain I have missed. What the fuck? Toot toot. Looks like a Mr. Meeseeks! Oh, God. Why are there electric boys here? No, don't shoot me. Dude, pizza. Pizza. Wait, have I collected this yet? Also, is the storm gone? Oh, God. Why is there lightning? Ow. Who shot me? It's you. Ah. Ow. Toot toot, look at me! I'm Mr. Toot Cheeks, look at me. Why is it Toot Cheeks? I don't know. I thought toot and also butts. Don't we all love some monotone pizza? Don't we all? Jimmy Toot Cheeks. Which was his nickname in college, if you're unaware. Sit down. Noisy. Pizza, don't raise your voice at me. Ah! Nope. Alright, now that the caravan has stopped very nicely, yeah, we'll go and get that item. Right in the keister it is. Yes, that is how we do. When it comes to giants, right in the keister. Flowing curved sword. Legend speaks of a master of the sword, garbed in blue, and his curved blade was patterned after flowing water. Strong attack unleashes a series of strikes akin to a dance, offering a glimpse into the legend. Ooh, making food. What are you making, though? The burf derf. What are you making, lazy? Let's just leave it at that. What are you making for food? So it seems that the snowstorm has gone away, which is nice, because I really wanted to actually be able to see what the fuck I was doing here. Oh, it's one of you. You're useless. I'm not playing a finger waggler. Why the hell would I care about you? What is going on here? There are electrical things everywhere. And I don't like it. Can I shoot you? No. I think I tried that long ago and it did nothing at that time as well. I think I can sneak past you, maybe? Wait, is this actually considered like a big Erd tree? No? It's just, alright. So, Vandy, how's your pizza? The Annex ruins. Yeah, I got the madness! Ah! Ow. No. Fewer rats, please. Fewer rats. Whew. Oh, you also got some chicken since the pizza was free, so I'm nomming on that at the moment. Oh, dude, buffalo chicken. Let's go. Buffalo chicken is maybe one of my favorite sandwiches. Like, if we're getting just, like, food from a random place, like a random, like, Italian-American place. Why do you have a cloak? Yeah, at least you got chicken, yeah. Just, if we have learned nothing else from Leroy Jenkins. From the great Leroy Jenkins. Leroy Jenkinsmith. I'm gonna have to kill you, aren't I? Free pizza who's delivering? Fuck yeah, dude. It is the importance of free chicken. I am concerned that he's gonna come in here and... Oh, hi. You're also awake, huh? Ow. Ow. You know what? Why don't you kill the rats for me? That'd be nice. Or not. You know, that's cool, too. DiGiorno? What's up, Lisa? There's a Steak of America here. Steak of America. You know what? I think I'm actually going to use one of them boiled crabs. One of them there boiled crabs, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Lower that damage. I hate how the insane rats actually sound. It's really like, it just makes me sad for them. God damn it! They just sound like they're not having a good time, you know? Or maybe they're having the best time. I don't know. I'm not judging. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make more fire bombs. I think this will be useful in combating the rats. Aw, shit. Fuck. Ah-ya! Help! Get me out of here, dude. Oh, what? There's insane people! Yo, oh god! He pissed. He pissed. Ah, the rats! Oh no. Shit. Whew. Oh, I see the shadow. Oh. Alright, Majestic, have a good night, man. It was good to see you? No. There we go. Have a good evening, my friend. Man, everybody here just sounds like they're having the worst time. No, what is that? Oh, dude, why? Why are you out there being all pissed off? Just chill out, man. Alright, dude, thank you very much. We will see you later. Should I pull out the jar cannon? I feel like I should pull out the jar cannon. I have Cylinder. I don't want to, like, fight you, but I probably am gonna have to, huh? Oh, shit, I fell. Ah! Shit. No, why the rolling? Oh, fuck. There we go. God, man, I feel like I am not doing as much damage as I'd like. Shit. Sit down. Thanks. Less stompy. What? Wait. Oh, God. I saw the blade of the sword, and for some reason thought that it was a giant arrow sticking out of my head again. And I was like, when the hell did this happen? I see you, giant. Good Lord, man, this place is huge. What you doing? Oh, you're getting ready to kick my ass is what you're doing. Ah! There we go. Sit down. Is full. Wonderful, Vandy. Wonderful. Good to hear. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but all right. So what is your pizza to chicken ratio looking like right now, Vandy? You just saw a ramp? Dude, that's excellent, man. Gotta love taking those little moments, right? No! I refuse your garbage. Very nice, very nice. Nope, rat, please. Shit. Whoa! Oh, shit. Fucking Christ, no! Get away from me! You and your fucking torch, get out of here! God, the rats. No! Stop with the fucking torch, man! Sit down! What's up, Flame? Well, I can tell you why. In a lot of ancient cultures, hell was actually not a hot place, it was a frozen place. Like, I'm fairly certain that, you know, in Norse mythology, hell was not a hot place. It was very cold. Hell is endothermic. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Peach is good stuff. They did make a point to have everybody know it, didn't they? Oh, yeah. Ow. God, rats, why? You know what? It's time for some bestial vitality. Oh, we gotta check out the daily Trash Panda picture. Oh my god, that's so cute. Somebody's got an adorable Trash Panda as a pet, I'm sure. Very good. I may have to try, like, I'm always looking for some good adult drinks. I don't drink them too often, but it is always nice to have them, you know, from time to time. Secret Trash Panda eating health snacks. 1,000,000%, 1,000,000%. Wait, is that where I came from? No, I was... What happened? What happened? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, read message. What's the message? I don't know, I didn't think Canehurst was too bad. I mean, if you get there really early, it can be a nightmare. But yeah, Frigid Outskirts is, the worst. Frigid Outskirts, aka Horsefuck Valley, can eat all of the shit that's ever existed on the planet. Yeah. For me, I usually just have, like, a somewhat lighter beer from time to time, because, like, I can't handle having the really heavy stuff now. It's too much for me. Like, you know, I'll feel kind of, like, not great the next day, you know? So I tend to just try to take it easy with the alcohol. Also old. Also old. No, but I feel that way. Listen, if you had some of the same shit that I've got going on, you'd be like, I'm old. You know, when you get lower back problems in your late 20s, that's when you know shit's going down. What's up, Dragonheart? Oh, yeah. Well, and also, like, having a nice drink that's just, like, kind of chill, you know? You know, that just kind of tastes nice. The Annex Tunnel. Or Annex, not Annex. What about when you have it in your early 20s? Yeah, it's no good. It's no good either. Oh, don't die. Goes pretty well, man. How's things with you? Liza, I am 38. I don't know if that makes any difference for you. Yeah, I feel like Eliza and I are around the same age. Yeah, Dragon, it goes fairly well. Doing some old LDs. It's all decent? Got you, got you. Alright, so I need 30k to level. This man is dead. No, I didn't want to sit. I wanted to read. Ah. Sleep. Is it truly sleep? No, it is a long sleep. It is the long sleep of ages. Yeah, happy belated birthday, man. You don't have the right there. You don't have the right ahead, therefore try left. Oh, wow. I love that. Try hole. I will try this side first. Not here. Oh, not here. But I have to try. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. I don't have the right. Who'd have thought? But you know who does have the right? Lisa, because it was their birthday not too long ago. So Lisa, if you have any requests, please make them. Oh shit, he's alive. Fuck man, you're stout. Oh god, there's more of you. Why is there a giant arrow? I don't know. Let's talk. Let's negotiate. Let's figure it out. Hang on. You know what? You know what I want to do right now? I want to take this for a test drive. Dude, we're at medium load. Let's go. Hell yeah. It's the giant hammer of I can't see shit. Yeah, I know. If only they had warned me about not having the right earlier. God, what a bunch of jerks. Try taking on all at once, and then seek Lord. Be wary of right. Be wary of right. But I don't have the right! We've talked about this. Oh, baby, this fucking murders these guys. I keep hearing rats. The Smo's mallet from the discount store. Vandy, didn't you say that you're using Smo's hammer in DS3 right now? Beer strong foe, but behold something incredible. What? Oh. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Chill out, buddy. Chill out. I know, it's funny that I'm saying that in the thing. You know, in this place that's turned back, so to speak. Something incredible. But I could just, like... Oh, there's a ladder. I don't need to... Alright, well, that's fine. I can do that. So how are you liking Smo's hammer? Wait, have you fought Redacted the Redacted? In the Profaned Redacted? It does have a lot of boopage, does it not? Yo, these guys drop Smithing Stone 8? Yo, or maybe not. Maybe it's something that I just get out of the wall. That's too much redacted for you. Have you been to the Profaned Capital? And fought the boss there? Who doesn't like redacted? Yeah, see? Spongy gets it. God. You'll act like I'm speaking another language. That sounds familiar? Did you fight someone named Yorm? Ah, and you used the Storm Ruler. Yes? What the fuck? Yes. Yes, he is. Oh, fuck, that was delicious. Oh, I love this hammer, dude. Alabaster Lord's Sword. Oh, dude, that's very, very cool. Very cool of you to do that. Did he survive? Yeah, same. Did you go back and check afterwards? You should go back to that room, Bandy. You should go back to that room. Greatsword forged from blue-white meteoric ore. The blade conceals gravity-manipulating magic. A weapon unique to the Alabaster Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. Alabaster Lords pull. Thrust the armament into the ground to create a gravity well. In addition to dealing damage, this attack pulls enemies in, has a greater area of effect than gravitas. Hell yeah. Dude, honestly, very, very, very awesome Onion Man. Yeah, that DS3 has very good Onion Man. Now you can power stand storm rulers. Oh shit! Actually, we might be able to do that in this game. Yo. Eventually. Dude, me too, me too. I was worried about that, but I also didn't want to be like, you should go here and do this, because if you do things in a particular order, it will not work out well for you. Basically, if you go to the Profane Capital before you do, blah, 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 the rest of Irithyll, then you leave Siegward. Dude, you really did, man, and you are fucking murdering that game. It seems like every time you talk to me about it, it's like every day you're like, oh yeah, I fucking murdered like 80 more bosses. They're all dead now, and I'm pogging. 35 hours in. Yeah, because in that game, Siegward is kind of like your son, bro, you know? That would also be the noise I would make if I got whacked in the junk with a hammer like this. Oh, yes. Murder! Yeah, because you said that you're on the Spin Doctors, right? Wait, that's the thing I'm thinking of, right? Yeah, I think so. One of them wants to buy you flowers, and one of them wants to talk for hours, you know what I mean? It does, doesn't it? Yeah, no, I'm making allusions, you know, to the thing. You know, to the boss. Via songs from the... I forget if it was the 80s or the 90s. I want to say it was the very early 90s. She knew! She knew! That man is dead. I'm not explaining it. Jesus. You just hadn't responded because there's a delay, so I was like, I'm going to explain it for all the people who aren't old enough in chat. You gotta make, like, this big-ass entrance or whatever. Fucking dark elf-looking son of a bitch. I have pointy ears, I'm so cool. Oh, no. This is what you get for wearing a diaper, motherfucker. You're gonna get a hammer in the junk. What about the redacted? Redacted on top of the redacted? I don't know, man. Where's your popcorn? Dude, for real, I constantly am craving popcorn now. It is a struggle at all times where I'm just like, I want popcorn. Like, even last night after eating dinner. Like, I was full, kind of, and then my body was like, popcorn. And I was like, where the fuck is this coming from? Why do I suddenly want popcorn again? I mean, popcorn is sick, don't get me wrong, but, like, come on. You ass. You big ass. Air popper, microwave, or stove. Oh, see, I don't have an air popper. I don't have an air popper. Wait, you don't have the right? Oh, you don't have the right? Is this... Wait, this is where we were... Yes. We just do it in the microwave, because we've got like a little silicon vessel that we can put the popcorn in, and then just put the popcorn time on for the microwave, and it does it just fine. It is wonderful. Popcorn is life, dude. Popcorn is freaking great. Especially, like, you can either, you know, it's like, it's good with just a little bit of salt. You can dress it up with a little butter and make it not healthy anymore. You can, you know, put, like, seasonings on it and shit. It's good stuff. What the... What is this shit you're saying? I don't get it. No. You're fucking kidding me. Not you again. Ah! I hate you. You're a real son of a bitch. Astle. Stars of Dorkness. Dude, he slapped me real good. Yeah. Yeah, plane is pretty good too. What's up, Jacob? Alright. So... Annex tunnel. Wait a minute, though. Well, I just mean, like, if you're adding a shit ton of butter to it, it's not healthy. Certainly. There's no way. But, LG is elf in Dwarvish in Fantasy Warhammer. Oh, okay, I got it. But yeah, so, like, our microwave just has a popcorn setting, and it has, like, various settings within that setting, but, yeah. Okay, first off, I need this. Hey, thanks for hitting that instead of me. Wonderful. That looks bad. Yeah, that's bad. He teleported somewhere. Ah! Woo! But yeah, I think you're right, Vanders. It is a different dude. It's just, maybe Astle is like a moniker that the aliens have? I don't know. Ow. Oh, shit. Ah! Woo! No. No, no. I would like my stand back, thank you. Owie. What's up, dragon? Ow. No. You can't. You won't. I told you. I told you you wouldn't! You seem more wizardly than the other one that we fought. Oh, God. Yep. Oh, can I tell you? This evening, I was totally craving Taco Bell. Ayya! Stop it with the exploding bullshit! You freaking weird alien! Nope. Oh, you fuck. Oh, that's bad. Yep, here we go. It's fucking gravity time. Oh, that hurts. Oh, you bastard. Very good, very good. Yeah, yes, they do be having a cosmic nature. I do love the way they look. They're basically what? Why was I on that of all things? Weird. They just look like a bunch of like cosmic marbles, right? With a gross centipede face. Maybe you need that sword. Well, I don't think so. So a lot of times, like these games don't have stuff like that. There's only very rare instances where that's the case. Oh, I should have put on my stamina regen charm. Shit! It's very rare that is the case. Where are my runes? Ow. There they are. And we've had one case like that already, and I don't think they're going to do it again. Ow. God, you are a pain. Ah. You're so large, and it makes it very difficult to know what you're doing sometimes. Sir, sir! Nope. But usually you can tell if you need, like, a special item. That's what she said? Yeah, well, alright. Because you will do, like, no damage. But right now, we're actually doing fairly decent damage, aside from when I hit his legs. His legs seem to be not so great about taking damage. Owie! What's up, Luke? Ah. I'm a sip. Please don't. Please don't do the thing. Please don't. Please don't. Oh, fuck. He's doing the thing! Dude, nice. What game is it? Whew. Ow. Did you just hit me with your tusk? Or weird pincer thing? Oh, shit. Oh, Salt and Sacrifice! Yeah, I remember that. Well, because I played Salt and Sanctuary long ago, and that game was actually a lot of fun. I mean, it certainly had its flaws, but, like, you know, so don't most. I hate it. You're... This man. This man. Or, not man, this... Whatever it is. The centipede-faced jerk-ass. Hang on. There's some shit I gotta get out of here. So take that off, take that off. Let's get some, let's see. You're doing gravitate... No, I want stamina regen. Yes. Yeah, so the gravity... Well, the thing is, like... It might pull him closer, but a lot of times bosses are also... Excuse me, or bosses of his size are not susceptible to that kind of stuff. I don't know, though. Okay. Seems like you're going to have a little bit of trouble hitting me if I'm running. Where are my runes? No, don't do that. There they are. Mother Trucker, what's up? Oh no. Shit. Aye! Ow, God, your pincers. You know what? I'm just glad you're not a giant centipede and this isn't Sekiro. Oh, shit. No, no. Stream is going okay. Oh, I'm dead. I think he just ate me. I think he just ate me. But stream is going okay, man. I mean, like, we have definitely hit endgame because shit is crazy hard. Or at least it's getting to be that way. He done did eat me. He did. He stuck me right in his mouth. Not mouth with a TH, but mouth with an M-O-U-F. I did get nommed. He totally fucking nommed me. I don't know. I think I'm pretty tasty. My wife thinks I'm tasty. Wait, no, that came off wrong. Oof. I mean, like, she thinks I'm a tasty treat. Never mind. We love each other. That's the point, okay? Chill out. We're both consenting adults. Ah! And we're back to ham. You stop that right now. Ow. Ow. Oh god, the shockwaves are so crazy. No. Oh! How do I just return the streamer? No, there's no 90-day trial. You're stuck. Too bad. I know I gotta hit you in the dome to do real damage, but goddamn, you're a pain. Oh no! No, don't you hit me with your fucking tail, you piece of shit. Did I stagger you? Oh, I did. Oh, I did. Oh, baby. Mmm. Delicious. No, no. Uh-oh. That looks really terrible. Ah! Help! There are meteors. No, please, sir. No, no. Ow. Oh! Nope. 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 Top yourself off. Let's go. Get dunked on, you piece of shit. Oh, he's not dead. Undunk. Undunk. Now get dunked. There we go. Poggers. What a shot. What a fucking shot. Mmm. What's up, killer? Feeling out better than you were the past... Dude, I'm really glad to hear that, killer. I know you were in a hard spot. The moon this morning made my spirits soar, and for some reason, I feel way more clear on my... Dude, I'm really glad to hear that, man. No matter what the reason is, I'm really glad to hear that. Dude, I know, right? These aliens are fucking crazy looking, right? Huh. I'd never heard of that, I don't think. Oh god, I gotta catch up on chat. Hang on a second. Oh god. Let's see. Streamers come with a do not return policy sold as is. Fuck yeah, man. See? No, don't return me to Walmart. I don't want to go to that horrible place. Alright. I think we caught up. Dude, no worries, man. You know, shit happens. Yo, Baldridge, what's up, man? Alright, let's get back to it. Meteorite of Estel. Or Astel. Or Astel. Calls a hail of small meteorites from the void. 55 int? One of the glintstone sources that manipulates gravitational forces summons a void that emits a hail of meteorites. Hold to continue the effect. The manifestation of the power with which Astel leveled the Eternal City. Oh. Don't ask, don't tell. Oh, God. So, the Eternal City was destroyed by Astel. Confirmed. Confirmed. Where's my teleporty thing? There it is. I want to get the fuck out of here. Holy shit, that is a lot of souls. Or runes, whatever. Rune souls. Soul runes. Dude, you know what, man? The thing is, you recognize it, and that's the important part, right? You know? You recognize it, and that's the really important thing. And there it is. You'll ruin my soul? I bet you will. How to forget hell in the American folklore, the Walmart warehouse. Wait, what? No. I refuse. I will use the biggest runes I can. And still come short. Wait, come up short. Hell yeah, mother trucker. I feel that. I feel that. Yes, it comes short. I don't think so. I think you're good. I think you're good. Yeah. I think that's very well put, Liza. I think that's very well put. I don't know if that's actually considered an analogy or what, but whatever it is, it's good stuff. And I'm with it. All right, let's head into somewhere. Wait, we did that. We did this. There's other shit we could do. Hell yeah, man. I get you, dude. Yeah, fear of loss is pretty rough. I actually I was watching a video that I linked to Vandris. I don't think she's watched it yet because there was a game that she that I basically said like you should play this first to really understand where it's coming from. Basically the developer made this game to cope with their fear of death. Yeah, and if you all don't know the game, well, hang on. Here, I'll give you all a link to this, but don't discuss it in front of Andress, okay? Because she doesn't know. Yeah, no spoilers.
This scene.
Nope. God damn it! Why can't you just go all the way? Okay, it's trying to start from like really far in, but don't start it there. Like, start it at the very beginning. If you haven't played Hyper Light Drifter, I would highly recommend it because it's so good. Ooh, shake. Ooh, shake. Hey! What the fuck is this? Hey! What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? It is a giant, certainly, but like, where the fuck did it even come from, dude? Is there one of those motherfucking snails around here? Hey! 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 What? Am I being invaded? I must be getting invaded, or I accidentally pressed the button. I think I might be getting invaded, though. Who dis? Stone Sword Key. Cool. Look at those little wolves. Anastasia Tarnished Eater. Hello? Anastasia? Are you here? Are you among the living? Show us a sign. Or I'm gonna start casting miracles that give me health regeneration. Oh, too late. Too late. I already did it. Where the fuck is this lady? Too late, too late. You waited too long. Too long you waited. Where the fuck is he? Where is she? Can we talk about Tumbleweed, though, dude, actually, yes. So, okay, I'm glad you're saying something about Tumbleweed, because I've been wanting to talk about this, like, strangely enough, because I keep seeing Tumbleweeds in this game. Did you all know that Tumbleweed are not native to the North America? They actually come from, like, fucking Siberia. Ah, there she is! Dude, that was a flourish if I ever seen one. Tell you what. No, stop. Stop. Anastasia, please. You're embarrassing yourself, madam. Oh, wow! You just put the dang thing on, huh? Oh, get wrecked. Whew. My first ever watercolor painting was of Drifter. Dude, go for it, man. Yeah, they're from Russia/Siberia. They are they are extremely hard to get rid of. Actually, Killer, I think you might be talking about the same video that I'm also talking about, so if you want to post a link for that, like, fucking go for it, dude. Because for real. And yes, you can definitely post a link of your first watercolor of Hyperlight Drifter. Yeah, so, like, tumbleweeds are also a pain in the ass to get rid of because they're thorny, they stick together, and they basically just make gigantic walls of bullshit. Tumbleweed seeds. Liza. Tumbleweed seeds, and that how tumbleweeds are basically the fucking devil. Yes, the trouble with tumbles. Yep, that's the one. Stop bleeding me, dogs. It's very upsetting. There it is. It is very good. It is very good. It is like Hawkeye Goff very good. Sit down. Oh no, there's a rune bear. I don't like that. What? Why am I getting invaded all the time in this place? What the fuck is going on? Hello. Dude, it's Nereus. He's just being a goober. Dude, you got double Reduvias. How come your mom lets you have 2 Reduvias? Ow. Chug-a-lug, motherfucker. Chug-a-lug, motherfucker! Oh. Having a problem there with your sippers? My man? My mans? Ow. No. No Reduvias. No Reduvias. Yes, Big Hammer is very slow, but it is a lot of fun. Yes, Sanguine Noble, indeed. Just in case we didn't eat too much steak the other night. Oh, dude. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh my god, that's right. You had so much steak. Oh, dude. Identifying wild plants in your yard? Dude, that sounds great, though. Such a nice thunk when you... Dude, it really is. Sanguine Noble Hood, Sanguine Noble Robe, Sanguine Noble Waistcloth. I'm going to guess that this is going to give us some insight into something. Possibly related to Moog? Maybe? Where is the hat? Where is the hat? Where is the hat? The hat! There it is. Hood of dyed black cloth featuring gold embroidery worn by the nobles who serve the Lord of Blood. Known to strike from pools of blood, these assassins are missionaries, come to share the gospel of accursed blood. Dude, it sounds like Canehurst all over the goddamn place in here. Holy shit. It smells of Canehurst. Let's see. The grand metallic pattern on the shoulder is a signifier of the noble rank they intended to claim upon the advent of the new dynasty they are working to install. Yeah, sanguine refers to blood, yes. Yo, what? Oh, okay. When I lived in Illinois, we had wild strawberries in our backyard. Those things are delicious. The little tiny ones. Oh. Dude, make more. Make more. More Hyperlight fan art is fucking wonderful. You know to go work now? Right, dude. You have a good one. Enjoy your work, I hope. Yeah, dude. Honestly, wild berries are some of the poggest shit on earth. For reals. That ain't it. What the hell is this? Oh, right. It's not. It's the pants. Okay, so these are all the same. Honeysuckles. I don't think I know what honeysuckles are. Okay. But they're tedious. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I don't understand why there's a fucking dragonfly here. I'm just... looks like you got... Yeah, you were fighting the invader and they kicked your ass. Okay. You just run around with your street friends and just suck honeysuckles all day and play with bounty balls by tossing them against the house to my parents' chagrin while blasting Linkin Park, Eiffel 65, and freaking Backstreet Boys and other boy bands NSYNC. Hell yeah, man. New game from Hyperlight Drift. Yes, I saw that. I saw that. I believe it's like Hyperlight Destroyer? No, Hyperlight... It looks like it's going to be very interesting at the very least. Oh, it's a bear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wow, why? Let's go. Baldrich, do you know what's up with Guy? I haven't seen him streaming for fucking ever. Is he okay? I just want to make sure that he's okay, you know? Oh no! Ow. You know what? I should just fucking ask him. I don't know why I'm asking other people to ask questions for me. Listen, he woke up and attacked me. I didn't want anything to do with this. I wanted to just see what was near him. And then he woke up and was like, it's time for ass kicking. And I was like, but I don't wanna. And he was like, I'm doing it anyway. So it's like a fires? Oh, yeah. Understandable, man. Ow. Ooh, that was a bad one. It's time for ass. Yo, that sounds like me every time I woke up when I was in my 20s. Ow. I'm sorry, what the fuck did you just hit? A slime? Why is there a slime here, dude? Why the fuck is there a goddamn slime? Oh, fuck off, bear. Piss off! Oh, time to eat ass. I have okay, I will be real with you. That is something I have never done. In any way, shape, or form. You didn't need to know? Well, now you do. So I hope you're happy. You know, the more you know, the more cursed your knowledge is, I guess. I just, like, I've never... not that I'm, like, trying to shame people that enjoy this stuff, but I've never understood that. Like, the, you know, eating ass thing. I don't know. It's just not... It's not something that I've ever really been like, ooh, I'd like to try that. I don't, you know. Yeah, exactly. You know... Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm kind of just like, it just feels like, you know, I trust my wife a lot, right? But there's a certain level of trust that right there, or like just not caring, I guess. I don't know. I can't. I just. I'm very happy my wife agrees with me. Is what I'll say. In this particular case, I am very happy that we are very much on the same page. Sending gate. No, I don't want to deal with more rune bears. I don't want to deal with any rune bears. No, 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 no. Oh, I feel that so hard. I feel that so hard. Like that. I don't know why my husband doesn't take me out in public. I'm such a classy lady. Well, yeah, no shit. But like at the same time, well, listen, we're not just talking about like butt sex. We're talking about like other things. I know where I am. I've been here before. Yeah, we're not just talking about butts. Dude, where the fuck is Leah when you need her? Leah, are you here? You did a... I fucking knew it, dude! I fucking knew it! Killer. Can I tell you, the second I saw that teleport gate and all the blood on the ground, I was like... This is the shit the killer was talking about, isn't it? And then it put me in the cave, and I was like, it's put me in that cave that I went up to, and then was like, what? There's nothing here. Why is this here? And now I understand why that's here. I totally get it. Holy fuck. Vandress is perfect just the way she is she not? Let us all say that we appreciate the wee one for who she is. Yes. What? You didn't? No, you can totally do that. I thought you did. What's up, Jacob? Dude, that is a heck of an egg right there. Really? Yeah, go for it. As long as it doesn't break Twitch TOS, in this case, I'm like, whatever, man. Listen, if it's for making fun of me, it's pretty okay. So long as it's not, like, breaking Twitch TOS or whatever, because I accidentally said something dumb. Because here's the thing, dude. Like, so much of this shit is so, you know... Like, people are going to look at it and be like, what the fuck? And that's kind of the goal, right? Is for people to be like, what the fuck? Exactly. It was perfectly timed. It was perfectly timed. Instead of perfectly cut screams, it's perfectly timed quotes. It's a bing bong with howitzers and fireworks. No, those are howitzers. Ah! Holy fuck! Ah, yeah! Holy shit. Dude, it's like the beginning of fucking Starship Troopers up in here. Holy shit. Dude, this is Starship Troopers for real. You see this shit? Okay, it looks like it is actually recording your watch time, thankfully. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, it looks like it... No, please, help. Ah, yeah, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait, where are my rooms? Oh, they're right there, cool. Sick. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus! Oh, it's an octopus! Octopus, help! How are you gonna help? I don't fucking know. Help me, octopus! Oh, Jesus Christ! Woo! Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh, shit. No, don't step on me. This is not a Dimitrescu situation. Ah! I need to debarnacle your feet. Ah! Don't you want to be debarnacled? Sit down, please. Oh, shit, no! Oh, God. Hell yeah. Yo, you want to sit down? My mans? Please? Ah! Aye! How many barnacles must I destroy? Oh, fuck. Yeah, let me get your rocks off. Oh, shit. Did you bing your last bong? Are you sitting? Is it sitting time? No? Please, let me assist you with your Barneys. You at least want to be taken out to dinner first. Listen, it's different for this guy, okay? Hoggers, let's go. Cool. Killer, can you tell me something? How many charges do you have in your flask? Uh-oh, this is a no attacking zone. Apostate derelict. Wait, who the fuck is this? Why are you giant? Yes, in the flask. Why are you so big? Silver mirror shield. Shield of radiant silver festooned with amber. I love the word festooned, by the way. And carried by Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. Wait, Loretta? The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd armor that Loretta herself was an Albinor. Wait. The absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinoric. It has no skill. 12 health and 2 mana. And it's redacted unless you say I can say the level. Yeah, you can totally tell me the level. You can't just... Listen, I absolutely can, and I just did. Thank you very much. It's in attometers for me. Wait, what? Plus 12? Okay. Can I talk to you? Are you alive? Offer rump? Don't you dare. We just talked about this! Can I talk to you? Yo, you're alive, though. Can I talk to you? Dude, we're almost at 60 strength. Not rhymed, Roa. Rimmed? Oh boy. Dude, am not alive, cannot talk to me. That just reminds me of Planescape Torment with the hag. When she's talking to the other self and she's just like, I'm dead, you can't talk to me. Go away. It's so good. I love that character so much. We are getting frisky. We are getting frisky. We begin to friskify. Balk. That's a fucking disturbed for you right there. A fucking disturbed for you. Alright, we're gonna teleport to here. So I don't know if there's anything else here for me. We got the shield and that's it seems. Also, I'm keeping this hammer out because fiery hammer plus ice. It feels like hammer good for ice things, and then also fire good for ice things, right? Sounds like what I say to my kids when they're annoying. Whoa, whoa. Hang on. Hang on. Can you expand on that? Because I'll tell you what, I'm curious. Okay. What the fuck? Excuse me. What's this? Are you shooting bees at your mouth? That's very rude. Don't do that. Has your mom ever told you not to shoot bees at your mouth? Or do cartwheels at people? Oh, shit. Yo, this hammer, though. This hammer. Oh, baby. This shit is delicious. What a flex. Thanks. I guess. Weird corn on the cob and now you're hungry. Man, okay, corn on the cob is actually pretty amazing. Stuff like when they call for mom and I say she's not home or no one here by that name. Oh, I love that. I feel like that's something that as like a parent you just need to do sometimes. And just be like, you know, it's mom time. It's mom time. Time for children to go away and leave mom alone. You know? You know? Leave a message at the beep and then don't beep. Oh, dude, wonderful. Hey! I will say, this thing doesn't have the range of the Zweihander, but god damn is it nice. Your brain needs help? No. Hear the rhyme of the rhymed Marinroa. Wait. Marinroa. What? Oh, I still have to go. You just reminded me somehow that I have to go back to, what's his nuts? The Beast Clergyman. Whew. Sorry about the yawns. Stop hitting me with your pointy sticks. What are you, an elf? Oh, right, God. Barfought poison right afterwards. It's like a red marking people as errors. Like on a test in college. You dodged wrong, boop. Minus 10 points. Yo, that's pretty pog though. I love that. This is permanently now my red marker. I don't care what the actual name of this hammer is. It's not the red marker. We're gonna have to correct some people's grammar and spelling. I hear you, little beetle. Is that you? Doesn't seem like that's likely. It is so dumb, but it's so good. Ah, I see. Okay. There you are! I was wondering where the hell you were hiding. Yo, that does a lot of damage. Oh, fuck. You're a Scarlet Rot, aren't you? Oh! Disgusting! Disgusting! You're just showing your ass? Gross! Gross, gross, gross. Man, if every time I sat down a bunch of rotty poo came out, I'd be really upset. Ow. I shouldn't be sipping right now, but I did it anyway. The big red correction hammer. Nope, that was way too early. I'm in the rot. You know what? Just take another sip. It's fine. Let's go. Get ruined. Yeah, dude, honestly, like, for real, Twitch has been a fucking lifesaver for so many people, and I'm really glad to have been a part of that for so many people, you know? Exactly what Dragon Loot just said. We are lucky to have you as well, my friend. For real. We are very lucky to have encountered each other in this very strange time of our lives, you know? Yo, Sanus. 2 fucking years! Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much for that resub. That is extremely appreciated, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. It has been a very weird time. Thorny cracked here and rupt. Ah! I can explode a lot. Indeed, indeed. I very much agree. I appreciate that, Vanders. For real. Like, you know, I'm bad at words, but like, so in that case, I'll just say I extremely agree, dude. You know, I don't think I would have done anywhere near as well brain-wise had Twitch not been a thing and we all not kind of found each other, you know? Like, had Moon not been like, yo, my friend Vandrus is doing this thing where she's playing Minecraft and shit, you know? Like, is that gonna kill me? That might kill me. I should probably find another way around, huh? Thank you. Yeah, I'll just let Vandrus speak for me. That sounds good. She speaks for the trees, if you didn't know, because she's a Lorax. But yeah, dude, no, I think without Twitch, I would have lost my fucking mind. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I tend to be very hermit-ish, but I still feel like without meeting y'all, this time in my life would have been, in our lives, would have been so much fucking harder. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, I love my wife, and, you know, she definitely helped with the sanity, but I don't know, I just feel like there's other... Like, having other camaraderie during the pandemic really, really helps. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, just for the reason that, like, you know, so many of us are very like-minded, and, you know, that stuff can really be a lifesaver. Especially in times where there's so much fucking insanity, you know? Oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't know, I just always feel weird like I have to justify what I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, it feels strange sometimes to talk like that, because, like, I don't want my wife to ever think that I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I value my friends, like, far more than I value our marriage, because, like, don't get me wrong, I love my friends, but, you know, my marriage is very important to me. Alright, I'm going underground. I'm going underground? Right. I don't have the map. I'm going underground. Yeah, man. And I'm glad, because, like, I know that at first when I was telling her that, like, I had been making these friends online, she was a little skeptical, because, for one, you know, like, I'm just going to say it like it is. She was married previously, and the guy she was married to was a piece of shit, and, like, cheated, and was just a real garbage lord. And, you know, when I told her that I had made friends that are female, she was nervous. You know, her brain immediately went to, like, oh god, not this shit again. Which I totally understand. And so, you know, basically what I did was just, I started telling her everything that was happening. Every day. You know, like, Instead of how are you doing or how was work today? It was like, oh, how was Twitch streams today? Except she didn't ask. I just told her. You know. Oh yeah, definitely. And like because I tried to make it as clear as possible. It was like Jess and I have or Vandris and I have very little, or not very little. There is like no interest in anything other than like friendship and familial stuff. I'm sorry. I fucked it up. I fucked up, Andy. I'm sorry. Oh my god, this hammer. Oh my god, this hammer. Oh my god, this ant. Oh shit. Ow. Stop headbutting me, you fucker. Huh? Yeah, well. I can't disagree there. Oh, I have a lot of runes. Holy shit. I should probably go level, huh? That's a good idea. Let's do that. Dude, same. Like, my wife and I are very much in the same mind. Like, like, I know we were talking about the idea of dating the other day, and like, jokingly, I will say a lot of different things, but like, for real, there's no way in hell I'm ever going into that world again. If my wife goes, that's it for me, man. I'm gonna be single the rest of my fucking life. Just like Liza was saying the other day, I will be single the rest of my fucking life. I'm not going into the dating world. Because for real, like, all right, it's jokes times. It's jokes times now. But for real, like, listen, one of the hardest things about dating is holding your fucking farts in. For real. Especially, like, it's like, oh, you're at dinner, and then you want to go and, like, let the other person into the car or whatever, and so you got to try to, like, surreptitiously crop dust outside and not bring any in with you, Dude, same. Lactose intolerance here as well. Like, I can't go out to eat with people. If we have pizza, I'm doomed. No, used to. And only on a date before for somebody I didn't really know. With my wife, like, she understands. So she's like, whatever. We've been together for long enough. It's like, doesn't matter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Being an old cranky witch yelling at people, I feel that, dude. My wife constantly tells me that I'm, like, just a couple of years away from rocking chair and shotgun on the front stoop of a house. Yelling at children to get off my lawn that I actually don't care about. I just don't want them near me because I hate them. Holy shit. See, here's the thing, though. There are times when, like, it just becomes inevitable. Like, I think the first time my wife ever farted in front of me, she was just laughing too hard for it to stop. So I was like, yeah, we're just people, man. The poot happens. Dude, same. The worst is when, like, you get, like, a cough, sneeze, fart. That shit is, like, the worst kind of abdominal workout because it leads to cramps. The toots. Yeah, dude, the toots. Rootin' tootin'. It is a terrible combo. Oh, I've had that happen. Actually, so when I was having back problems, like, really bad, when I talked to this doctor, because she was trying to evaluate how bad it was, and I told her, like, I basically, oh, a cave. Ooh. I was in the shower. I bent over to wash my legs, sneezed, and then my back went out, and she was like, yeah, that shouldn't happen. You're really in bad shape, so we need to do something about it. And I was like, gee, thanks. You're still so mad about this cave? But why? It's just a cave. Oh, look, there's a big bug with a big butt. Oh, you didn't die in one whack, huh? That's sad. Oh, I died! I mean, like, I feel like at a certain point, if... I don't know. You missed it in your first playthrough? Oh, no. And, like, everybody's different, right? So, like, don't ever let... don't ever let anybody, like, tell you that you should be the way that they are, you know what I mean? But, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like, at least for my wife and I, ow. God, there's so many ants. You know, it also, like, for us, it kind of comes down to, like, we just want to be comfortable with each other, you know, and not have to, because, like, we've both dealt with all kinds of fucking relationship bullshit in our lives where it was, like, you know, the other person made us feel different, or not different, but, like we had to walk around, you know, walk on eggshells and shit, so it's just like, fuck that shit, we just both want to be our own selves around each other, and we both love each other for that reason, you know? ESO, folks? Well, what is ESO? Snapping your back out for Jesus. Oh, fuck. Sponge. Let there be range battle. Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be range battle. I only snapped my back for Sky Daddy. What's up, Leah? We were actually calling for you earlier. Speak her name and she will appear. There she is. Oof. Balloon bug is dead. Long live balloon bug. Oh. Whoops. I forget what the fuck we were talking about earlier. Yo, this is fucking nuts, man. What the hell? I have not, Vandra, so please illuminate. I do remember what you were saying, but I think you will explain it better. And honestly, like, wait, what time is it? Okay, I got like 30 minutes. If we want to do a shorty right now, I'm down. If you want to do it, because, like, for real, I was feeling kind of froggy today, so I'm like, if Leo wants to do some shit, I'm down. Piss off, Ant. Yeah, shorty. Current. Dude, you could talk about currents, which are like raisins. All right. Tell you what, Leah, I'm going to jump in Disky. The hell's this? Oh. I love... Okay, I just have to read this from Warlock. You are doing it again. You are circling past the place you've been to... ... before. Whoo, buddy. Whoo, buddy. Oh, all right. I do be in the thing. So, Leah, if you want to do a shorty right now, just jump on into the collusion, Disky, and we'll do a shorty. Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
I'm getting eaten by ants, and once I'm not getting eaten by ants, I'm gonna stop so I can concentrate on the conversation.
It's good, it's good. They got quite the booties.
They do be having some booties.
It's okay, I'm finished eating dinner, so.
Ah. Ooh, what are you having, though?
I'm having wraps.
Wraps?
Chicken wraps.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. So I was actually gonna say, like, there's this wrap that my wife introduced me to that I love to death. It's like, it's totally vegetarian. It's got like, what is it? You take like a tortilla, you put hummus on it, and then slice up a bunch of grape tomatoes and put them on there with a bread and butter pickle, spinach, and provolone cheese, and then you just fucking turn that shit into a burrito and just stick it in your face. It's so good.
Love that.
Mm,
Love that. Any wrap, burrito,
hell yeah.
anything like that, it's so good.
Hell yeah.
Pita, whatever, doesn't matter. Love it.
All right. Let me get out of this for a second. Then I'm gonna change it to just chatting for the last half hour.
Just chatting.
Hell yeah. So, dude, what's up with you? How's things?
It's going. It's going. We got a short week this week for class because Monday is Victoria Day, so it's Victoria Day May long weekend.
What is Victoria Day?
Canada, as a former member of the British Empire, celebrates Queen
Ah.
Victoria Day.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I need to.
So it's a holiday.
Gotcha. I feel like I should have known that or like kind of thought of it just because of the name.
Hi, Vandy. You're a queen. Queen Vandy.
She is. She's like the bee
Queen of the
queen.
trash.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to that.
I love you too.
Okay, where was that? Sorry, I'm actually like getting shit set up that I should have had set up previously and just didn't.
Trash queen.
Is that like Yaz Queen?
Yes, trash queen.
Dude, hell yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. All right, so
-1. Oh no.
wait, -1. Who did -1?
No. For Jess is. I'm watching your stream at the same time.
Oh.
So I'm like, Jess isn't here.
Oh yeah. Sag. If I mean, if she's around, though.
We're currently 1.5 Canadian. I think
Yeah.
she's streaming right now.
Okay.
Trash queen means a lot where you're from. She's queen of the trash.
So, oh, I gotta change to just chatting. Whoopsie.
Yeah, this is the new Elden Ring.
Yeah, there we go. Honestly, sometimes it feels like the United States is like the new Elden Ring, like with the worst Crimson Rot.
With the amount of shit going on and like
For
across
real.
the world, it just feels disastrous.
It really does. Like, you know, it's like every time I boot up Elden Ring, I'm like, you know, I know that all of these games that FromSoft makes are about like dying worlds, and it's weird, but I feel like I'm living in it in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel that.
So
Yeah, a little less because like obviously we don't have Roe v. Wade in Canada.
yeah, what is the situation in Canada with that?
So the situation in Canada, as far as I know it, and anybody feel free to correct me in chat if you know more about the Canadian politics. So in Canada, abortion was decriminalized.
Okay.
So you cannot be arrested for it or anything like that. Access is not as accessible as I would like it to be, particularly if you live in more remote or rural regions, or particularly northern Canada.
Okay.
Sometimes for access to services, people are driving upwards 12 hours because there's only certain hospitals and certain clinics that offer abortions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the situation in Canada. So far, both the Liberal Party, who are currently the ones in government right now, which is the Trudeau Liberals, and the NDP and the Green Party have all stated their stance of they are supportive of women's rights and support the right to access to abortions. The Conservative Party put out a notice that they pretty much put out a ban for all of their like members that nobody was to comment on it.
Oh Lord.
Which is pretty much as good as saying, you know, like we're on their side.
Yeah.
As far as like Canadian politics, the Conservative Party is fairly mixed.
Okay.
Like there's some extremists in the Conservative Party, there are some more non-extremists, but the party is pretty much collapsing in on itself.
Really?
My hope is that the Conservative Party eventually just peters out of existence because they won't be able to elect anybody that they actually can agree on.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the like in terms of there's like a difference between the members of the Conservative Party and conservative people in the general population in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a very distinction between them. And in order to become the leader of the Conservative Party, you usually have to tend towards more extremist views to get voted in. But
Ah,
then the general population won't vote for you because they don't share those extremist views. So you
okay.
end up having conservative leaders being changed. Like the past conservative leader just got like kicked out because he was becoming like he wasn't extreme enough, but then he was too extreme. So
Jesus.
they're like they've got a huge issue going on, which good enough, good riddance, goodbye, get out of here.
So basically, you've got like the people that are like, yeah, we just want to make sure that we're not spending too much money on shit, and like, we just want to not, balance the budget or whatever. And then you've got these
Yes, yes.
crazies that are getting into the office, and the people are
Into the
like, but
white
that's not what we
supremacists
wanted.
and yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes. So like you have both sides of it in the Conservative Party because like I find one of the main talking points for the general population who are conservatives is about the economy, right? Like
Yeah.
strengthening the economy. That's always their big talking point.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah. So the whole thing is just absolutely insane to me. I don't know if you have ever read The Handmaid's Tale.
I have not, but I know the gist of it.
I highly, highly recommend reading The Handmaid's Tale. One, it's an incredible book. It's really well written. It's just a really good book. But the parallels are uncomfortably similar.
Yeah.
Like it is very uncomfortable to read that. Like I read it years ago now, but like seeing everything happening and then thinking about that book, I'm like, wow. Wow. Like it is unbelievable to me that in 20 fucking 22 people have to march through the streets for women's rights.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, it is absolutely bonkers, and what you were saying about Canadian politics. Politics to me is interesting because it seems like, at least it feels like to me, in the United States, it's almost the opposite, where it for a long time it was the people, like the conservative people, that wanted like these extreme views to be in office, and
Mm,
they kept thinking that all the Republicans, all the conservative people that they were actually getting elected, were like too milk toast, or like didn't
hmm
say the things that they wanted. But the second that scumbag asshole Trump got into office, and if any of you are Trump supporters, I would say close your ears, but honestly go fuck yourself instead.
Honestly, just leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. You know what? Stay and listen, because maybe you'll learn something. I don't know. And that's not meant to be like a dig. That's more like maybe you'll actually understand somebody else's perspective, and maybe not think that
hmm
people like myself or Leah should, be. Never mind. Yeah.
I get what you
Yeah.
mean. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like once he got in office, it was like,
Well, it empowers people, right? It
yeah,
emboldens people to realize, like, oh, so and so who's a fucking asshole and a bigot, and he can get away with saying all this shit, so why can't I get away with saying all this
yeah.
shit? Now, part of the difference is he's rich as fuck,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, when you're a rich celebrity, you get away with more shit because people will just allow more shit, which
Yeah.
is also a different topic. Hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's interesting. I was interesting that the Republican Party was for a long time kind of towing that middle line and not being as extremist. And I
Yeah.
think it's because they understand the politics of like if we go too extreme, people will no longer vote for us.
Yeah.
But like you said, with the entire Trump situation, they've now kind of realized, oh, we can be as fucking crazy as we want and people are still going to vote.
Yeah. Because the thing is, like, a
And
lot of the.
also,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, and also like with your guys' system, there's a lot of gerrymandering that comes into it, and a lot of
Oh
just
yeah.
really fraudulent voter behavior. And like it's crazy to me that everyone's so aware of all of these things that just make your system completely undemocratic,
Mm-hmm.
and that it just stays that way. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And so one of the other things is like a lot of the Republicans previously, there were some that certainly had these extreme views, but they would never just out and out say it in public. But you could tell by the way that they legislated, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like,
Mm-hmm.
these constantly trying to chip away at things like Roe v. Wade or gay rights, or
Mm-hmm.
like these anti-immigrant policies, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So it was more like. Well, yeah, it's basically exactly what you said, like, or like I said the other night, Trump, it just picked up the rock, and all the fucking roaches and centipedes and shit came crawling out with their
Came
little
falling
MAGA
out.
hats on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's incredible to me, like, because we have the weirdest thing in Canada is the people who support Trump and who are like
So weird.
Republicans, but they're Canadians. Because I'm like,
Yeah.
why? What is this? Like, you're not in the States. Like, I think we talked about briefly before the Freedom Trucker rally, that convoy thing that happened in
Yeah.
Canada. and how there are a bunch of like Confederate flags there and people wearing Trump hats, and I'm like, this is fucking Canada. But then when you
Yeah.
look into the stories behind those things and you realize it was all funded via Republican dollars, you're like,
Uh-huh.
it makes sense now.
Yeah,
Why?
it's just like there was this TikTok account called Libs of TikTok, which was funded by a bunch of conservative PACs. Like it basically the
Yes.
Republican Party funded this person to make this channel and do all this stuff, and then they got all upset when a journalist was like, "Yeah, this is all getting funded by a conservative PAC, and it's all going to this person." They were like, "Oh, you doxed her, you doxed her." And it was like, "This isn't doxing. She's a fucking corporation."
Yes, absolutely. And it's
Like,
actually interesting because I also, in terms of like that false misinformation and it's somebody spreading that, I actually read this really interesting thing the other day about how a lot of um, accounts, particularly Instagram accounts, for conservatives, you'll look at these Instagram accounts and they'll have like their name be something about Jesus and
mhm,
their bio is something like praise God and whatever. Like they're just like these really conservative, usually Christian Instagram accounts, and they have no posts. They have nothing. And people will follow these accounts because, they see the
yep,
Christian, the conservative, and they're like, sure, follow. And then they'll start spreading misinformation. And it turns out these accounts aren't run by people in the United
nope,
States. They're not even from North America
yeah,
in some cases. And you see all this information being spread from outside, which is a very interesting idea. Now, that's not to say that everything's coming from outside and it's other
yeah.
people. That's a little too conspiracy theory to say that the entire thing is just fabricated by other countries. No, but it is interesting that other countries do watch the politics and see what is going on and then dip their nose into it as well and be like, this is a really good opportunity to just dig a little deeper into there.
Hmm. Well, so it's interesting that you mentioned the misinformation thing with accounts from other countries, because that was a huge sticking point with the 2016 election, because there was so fucking many Twitter troll bot accounts and like
Mm,
Russian Twitter trolls, or like all these other things that like it was basically, and it wasn't even like they just wanted Trump in power. It was they wanted to destabilize the United States, and orange fuckface was the best way for them to do it. So they were just like, oh yeah, if we just get this asshole in power, then everything's going to go, it's basically just going to, tilt the country in one huge direction, and a bunch of shit's going to fall off, and it's going to be really bad.
hmm
Yeah, man. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that in chat that I'm like, yeah, I totally agree with that. Especially like I wish we could get rid of the political parties, because fuck, it's so bad.
Well, they're all corrupt, right? Because I
Yeah.
mean, they all serve the capitalistic agenda. That's what
Mm-hmm.
their job is, and
Yeah.
that's why you see a lot of those policies that come out are, despite whatever they'll say, it's a lot of the reason people have a lot of problems with Justin Trudeau. And I know a lot of people from outside Canada don't understand. They're like, Justin Trudeau is great, and most of Canada is like, he's not really that great.
Yeah.
He's
Well, yeah, it's just like
pretty
so.
mediocre. He's still just some white guy,
Yeah, pretty
who
much.
used to be a gym teacher and is not really like, I mean, he's doing an okay job, but he's still dropping the ball on a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's one of those things
Because
where like I
yeah,
get why people sometimes are like especially Democrats in the United States are like, I will never vote Republican, and I get that, because I'm the same way. Like, unless there's a humongous like dynamic change in the parties, I will never vote Republican, because they're just it's basically like, vote for the party who wants me and my family to not exist, or vote for the one that's okay with us, kind of. It's like, do I vote for the party that's going to open 20 concentration camps, or the one that's going to open 2? I'll just vote for the
hmm
one that opens 2, because that's the worst of, or the least of the two evils. But
hmm
like I've never felt really super passionate about voting in the United States, other than just to keep the fucking Nazis out of
yes,
power, and it
absolutely,
sucks.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I would argue, Vanders, that it's. I know you say like that. I obviously I don't live in the U.S. and that there's a different vibe here now, or in the U.S. now. I think for a lot of people of color and Black people and people in the LGBTQIA plus community, it's the same vibe they've been living with the whole time.
For real.
And now it's just everyone else is getting to experience it too.
Yeah.
And it's the same as when people, I think, comment on like racism in Canada, because it's a huge issue. Canada is quite racist. There's a lot of racism, overt and like completely overt and totally like hidden. Um, and people in the past like few years, I would say, have become more aware of it. So they feel like, well, now it's a big issue because it's now an issue because now we've all noticed it And it's like, this has been an issue for years
Yeah.
and years and years since before the founding of Canada,
Which
right?
honestly brings us back to Roe v. Wade as well, because like people have been sounding the alarms about this shit possibly getting chipped away at constantly, and that it's getting to the point where they could overturn it, and
Absolutely.
nobody was fucking listening. And I feel like a big part of it is also like what you were saying is like, you know, both of the political parties or however many of the political parties just suck ass really bad, and at least in the United States, it's pretty much because both of them are conservative parties. Just one is insane, and the other one is less insane. You know,
and
like,
I think too. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
oh, because well, it's one of those things that really fucking bothers me. Like, there's a community member that came from Vander's, and this is not to, like, throw shade of Vandy, because I love Vandy to death, and she's a wonderful person. I would never say anything to disparage her. She is wonderful, but you can't always you control the people that you attract. And this is not also to speak poorly of this person, because I feel like they are misguided. But this person came from a socialist country. They came from, you know, the old Germany, like pre the wall coming down Germany. And they are terrified of socialism. And I think it's because they don't understand what socialism is. And they've been fed this line that socialism equals not having freedom. When that is not the case. When what they really experienced in Germany was, like, the bad thing was not socialism, it was totalitarianism and fascism. And it's like,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
it drives me nuts when people of that ilk are like, no, the Democratic Party is communist, and it's like, no, they really aren't. If you look at a global spectrum of like where that party lies on the spectrum, they are on the right solidly. They aren't even close to moderate in any way.
I think another issue is, and you kind of brought it up in just the way you just said that, is that a lot of people confuse socialism and communism
Oh my
as
God,
being
yeah.
one and the same, and they are not. The one does not equal the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the true of any system that if you take any political or economic system to the extreme, you are going to have an issue because they're not meant to be taken to the extreme, right? They will inherently become unbalanced, right? You cannot have simply pure socialism. You can't simply have pure capitalism. And we're seeing the effects of that now living under pure capitalistic societies. Obviously with varying degrees of socialism, because I think Canada just has a little bit more socialism than the US, but similar issues for sure. And yeah, it definitely, people, when they've experienced the extreme side of something, it can make them very unwilling to even consider even slightly moving back into that because of that fear of what could happen. And unfortunately, a lot of people fall into the idea of the slippery slope is always what's going to happen. And it's not true, right? It's a fallacy of logic.
Yeah.
Just because you do one thing, it doesn't mean the next thing's going to happen, right? When people used to argue, we shouldn't let gay people get married because then next thing you know, people are going to be marrying animals.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen, right? That's a slippery slope argument. It's not logical. It's not factual. It's not going to happen, right? But people feed into that fear.
Yeah, God, fear is like. This just also makes me think of something that I was helping someone deal with earlier today. There was a community member that said something. They basically tried to make a joke, but it was really gross. So I had to, like, as a moderator for them, I went and talked to this person, or well, let's talk to and more talked at, because they weren't around. So I just kind of sent them some messages and was like, here's the reason why some of the shit you said was really gross, because they made a joke about AIDS and HIV. And I was like, so I gave the example of like, so just so you understand, in the United States, like, people didn't, like, our government didn't do anything about it because they were like, it's killing gay people, so it's good.
Yep.
Like, that's why it's not okay to make jokes about fucking AIDS and HIV, because that shit ravaged the gay community. Yeah, it's like,
well, and like it's for reasons like that still in the United States and in Canada, if you are gay, you're not allowed to donate blood.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
If you are gay, you are not allowed to donate blood. They ask you when you go to donate blood your sexuality, and if you identify as gay, they will refuse you. They will send you away. You are not allowed to donate blood.
Wait, this is in both the United States and Canada? I don't know this.
Both. This is, I know for sure it's in Canada. They recently did a change to the bill regarding it, but it still pretty much bans gay people. Yes.
That's so fucked up.
I think that the change in Canada, I forget what exactly they changed it to, but in the end they reworded the bill. But in the end, it still equates to the same thing.
Okay.
If you are gay, you cannot donate blood.
You know what's really fucked about that? I wouldn't be asked if I went to donate blood and there's a reason I don't, and it's because the meds I take would cause somebody's heart to explode.
Yes, yes. So you're
But
not
they
eligible to
wouldn't
donate blood.
ask me about that, so I would
Yes, they
kill
would.
someone.
They would ask. Well, yeah, that's the thing. They wouldn't ask you about your medication. They would just be well. They test it first to make sure it's
Yeah,
safe. But they wouldn't. I think they do ask. Like, it's been a while since I've ever attempted to donate blood
yeah,
as a queer person. I don't
yeah,
really. I'd like to donate blood, but I would rather not put myself through that
yeah, yeah.
unless I'm willing to lie on the thing. Um, but because like my, but it falls on that same implication that like your blood is dirty because you're gay
Jesus
or
Christ.
queer. It's absolutely insane to me that and not in the yeah, I mean that's the part that get you. Both countries. It's the same for Canada as well.
Oh my God.
Absolutely the same. But going back to like the entire Roe v. Wade situation, like I think a lot of people are under the misconception that it could never happen in Canada. And at the very least, it was somewhat heartening to hear most of our political parties like affirm that this will not be happening. Um, but as I said before, like access in Canada is quite reduced. We're also not as like our population's quite a bit smaller than the U.S. And the majority of our population's located in BC and Toronto, Southern Ontario, right? Where they do have the most access to the most resources because there's simply the most people there. But if you live in rural Canada, your access is greatly reduced.
Actually,
Greatly reduced.
interesting thing you mentioning about rural Canada and like the access to abortion, etc. I remember
Mm.
a friend of mine who lives in Canada. She was having trouble getting access to birth control because she was like the closest or one of the only close pharmacies
Mm.
had they were saying that they were refusing to give her the birth control because of their religion. And I was like, "Whoa,
Yes,
that's
that is
nuts."
a.
And I looked it up.
I've heard about that. Yes, that there's rules in certain
Yeah.
states.
And like
Yes.
when I looked it up, I was like, that's real. That's fucking wild. And so I was looking up like, is there a way to get around this? And I tried to help her as much as I could, but I was like, I'm not, I am completely new to Canadian law, so like I don't know anything about this shit. And plus, if you even asked me about like United States law, I'd be like, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. But I tried to do
Hmm.
whatever I could, but it just kept turning out that it was like there was literally nothing she could do, which I just felt was so fucking crazy, man. Like,
Was it? And I think the religious ruling only applies to like. I mean, again, I'm not an expert on this, but I would ask, did she come from like a Hutterite background or
no,
something like that?
she
No.
is white bread.
Well, Hutterites are white.
Oh, whoops. Well, shows how much I know.
At least like they're because they're of European descent
Okay.
generally, but they're like I guess they're kind of like Mennonites for the U.S. is what they're called there, right?
Oh, okay.
The Hutterites, yeah, there is. It's a different word in Canada, I think, because they're a different. No,
Listen, I never proclaimed to know anything, okay? I'm sorry.
it's okay. You're good. You're good. Yes, but they are. As far as I know, there are laws about like religious things, like if they know something about your religious background, they can deny it. It doesn't happen very often, as far as I know, partially because contraceptive is quite accessible for most of Canada, as
Yeah.
far as I know. Again, if you're in really like rural places or you live in poverty, it becomes much harder.
Well, so to
Um,
clarify, she is an atheist. It's
okay.
that the pharmacist denied it based on the pharmacist's
Oh,
religion.
yes. Okay, I understand now.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's an interesting thing, though, that they can also deny based on the person trying to get the medication's religion. That's also interesting.
I think that is like it's a law that's trying to like it's one of the things people have been pointing at in the States is like this is what could happen next. The
Hmm.
doctor could say, "Oh, you're of this religion. Your husband is of this religion, therefore you must have babies." Da da da, right? And it's actually really interesting going like to this whole topic of like contraceptives now, because I again saw a lot of really interesting stuff about about how they literally in the leaked articles about the Supreme Court's decision, which obviously hasn't gone through yet,
Yeah.
but in the leaked documents, something they noted in their documents is that there was a decrease in the supply of domestic babies available for adoption. So that is absolutely influencing their decision. right? The fact that they know babies aren't being born, particularly babies that are in demand, i.e.,
Yeah.
white
Yes.
babies.
Yeah. Which
Like,
goes back to white replacement theory, which is another just fucking garbage.
it's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like,
If any of you don't know what white replacement theory is, the short version is it's well, for one, it's racist. There's no way around it. It is racist no matter how you put it. It's the thought that white people are being replaced by people of color for political and socioeconomic reasons. It's
mhm.
really fucking stupid. Like that it's being done on purpose to attack white people for some reason. Like, yeah, okay, we're having sex with people that we are attracted to because of yeah, it's dumb.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a really dumb thing, Killer. It's really dumb.
For
It's just
killer?
really dumb. And I
Yeah.
believe, Liz, to go back to your point about Hobby Lobby, yes, I do. I don't think in Canada, I don't know for sure if any companies are allowed to deny. Again, our health coverage is totally different, right? Like to go to the doctor and get birth control or something like that. Like it is a completely different coverage system for medications and things like that in Canada. So I couldn't speak to the difference in how companies regulate their health plans for their employees. As far as I know, in Canada, I've never once heard of you not being able to get birth control because your company is quote unquote Christian. Also, I don't think most like companies in Canada really like they don't advertise themselves as like Christian companies because it doesn't draw people in more other than like something like the Mission Thrift Store, like I don't know. I couldn't name a single Christian company or organization in Canada other than like Mission Thrift Store or like the church companies, but like the churches themselves.
Ay ay. To get to the crux of I think part of what Vandy was asking is your perspective on the women's right to choose. And if you want, I'll go first and just kind of give my whole spiel.
Sure, go first.
Okay. My thought on it is that abortion is already a hard enough thing to make a decision on.
Hmm.
There is no fucking point in making it even harder. Like it's already psychologically and physically taxing in the extreme, and then these jerkasses want to make it even fucking harder. And in the first place, it's no one else's goddamn right to choose what somebody does with their body. The only
Hmm.
time that I would ever say that there's an exception to that is in a public health crisis. And it is not one of those things because a woman having a baby affects no one else but herself.
Hmm.
So that's how I see it.
I completely agree with that. Like, you should have full say, full stop over your body, um, especially in terms of a pregnancy, right? Like, and any of the arguments stating, well, just don't have sex. Again, it just like it goes into this idea that women are fully responsible for pregnancy, as if it takes one person to get pregnant, and that they are fully responsible for the consequences, i.e., the punishment of having a child, because it's seen as a punishment,
Yeah.
right? You listen to anybody talk about having had kids, right? And the way they talk about it
Mm-hmm.
and talk about pregnancy, it's a punishment and it's thought of as a punishment. And I think this entire situation is absolutely insane and ridiculous. And every woman or anyone who identifies as a woman absolutely deserves the right. Anybody who has a uterus and is able to have children has the absolute right to decide if they want to have children or not, regardless of the circumstances, um, and that they should be able to seek reproductive care in whichever way they feel is best for them, whether that's contraception, whether that's getting tubals, whether that's getting ablations, or whether that is anything of the sort,
Yeah.
abortion, full stop. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
That's my stance, full out.
yeah, there you have it. So Leah and I are basically in complete agreement. I think. I don't think I heard anything that I disagree with at all. So
With no so my opinion on that, mother trucker, in terms of the guy who's impregnated wants to keep it, I'm sorry, you do not have autonomy over her body. And
yep.
also, unfortunately, there's no way to enforce that. So, for example, let's go ahead and say it was consensual and she was like, they had sex and he was like, I really want to keep the baby. They wrote up a contract, lawyers involved. She has the baby and then he fucks off
Yep.
and leaves. The most he'll have to do is pay child support.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. And
Yeah.
that's it. She's stuck with a kid she didn't want in the first place.
So,
Right? So, as far as I'm concerned, it is the person who carries the baby who gets to decide. Because if the guy wants a baby so bad, I'm sure he can find somebody to have a baby with
or adopt.
or adopt, right? Or foster.
Yep. So
Again, that's just my opinion on it.
yeah, I feel like there's this philosophical thing that I don't remember what it's called, like, it's like a syllogism, I think, maybe, I don't remember, but that I think does a good job of kind of illustrating this whole thing, which is it's called the violinist problem, and it's say there's this violinist and he or she is the greatest violinist in the world, he, she, or they, I should say, but they have a disease where they cannot survive on their own and must be hooked up to someone else's body in order to survive. They don't have the right to be hooked up to anyone, right?
Hmm.
Neither
Hmm.
does a baby. Unfortunately for that kid, but, like, no one has the right to anybody else's body.
Hmm. And and yeah, and unfortunately, if the guy who impregnated her wants to keep it, like, I'm sorry. It's not at the point where you're making these decisions. Also, let's be clear, at the point you're making these decisions, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Yeah.
Or probably even before that, it's just a grouping of cells, right? There is no baby yet. Okay. So, and I think it gets complicated for people in that sense because if people when people miscarriage early on, let's say they wanted the baby, they were excited to be pregnant, and then they miscarriage early on, they'll talk about it like a baby, they'll name it. So I
Yeah.
think for a lot of people that has kind of caused this kind of thinking that it's a baby when it's really not. And that feels
Yeah.
like really bad to say for people who have miscarriage, and I don't mean that in any kind of mean way. Um, um, Oh, so that's a great point, Mother Trucker. And again, if you look at the statistic, and this is a talking point that a lot of Republicans and conservatives use to try to get people on their side, right? The whole late term abortion. Nobody is late term aborting because they want to.
Yeah.
It simply does not exist. There is nobody out there. It's also not legal to late term abort just because you wish to. Okay. There are rules around how late you can abort. People who are late term aborting is because they have done medical scans and either the baby is incompatible with life or the baby is going to cause the mother significant harm. There are health concerns. It is a medical emergency. It is a hard, hard, completely devastating choice for people to make to late term abort. Nobody is choosing to abort because they're like, well, I carried this baby for 7 months, but fuck it, I don't want it anymore. Nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
Nobody's at that point, right? People who are getting abortions are getting first trimester abortions. Okay. Nobody's late term aborting. It's simply a talking point used by Republicans and conservatives to pull people to their side because now you've got people thinking in terms of uh, like babies who are almost fully developed as babies, right? Um, and I know people will also make the argument of like, well, how do you know that the baby isn't compatible with life? Like, how do you know it wouldn't survive its medical condition?
There's this thing
No,
called
these aren't
CRISPR.
people. Yeah, these aren't people just looking at it and being like, well, we found out at month 9 that my baby has Down syndrome, so I'm aborting. No, that doesn't happen.
No.
Screening for those type of things happens way earlier. People make those decisions way, way, way earlier. There's no late abortions. Um, so yeah, it's people who make decisions regarding late-term abortions are doing it because the baby will not survive, or the mother won't survive, or the baby has a condition where it doesn't have a brain, or it doesn't have something necessary to functioning in life.
Yeah. So just to basically, I mean, I completely agree with everything you're saying. Like, the thing to remember, though, Mother Trucker, is that none of this is done just because somebody's like, I just want to do it. It's
Mm-hmm.
always an extraordinarily difficult choice. And I also want to address something that Lizzo was saying because I think it's important. And I think that it sucks that your dad did that to your mom, that he put her under duress. I mean, I am glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you've chosen to be in our communities. But to speak quite frankly, I hate that your father did that to your mom. To put
Mm-hmm.
her in duress and make that kind of threat.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I guess for me, I at no point do I want to remove someone else's rights to
Mm-hmm.
make decisions about themselves unless they have demonstrated that they cannot be trusted to do so. And by that I
Mm-hmm.
mean something like the guy who just shot up a bunch of people. Where the fuck? No, no, no. I'm talking about Liza, Mother Trucker. Like the guy who just shot up. I forget what it was, like a Walmart or something in the United States.
There's
Uh,
been multiple. There were
yeah.
what, like 5 mass shootings over this past weekend in the States?
In this year alone, there have been more than 190.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And each of those is a mass
Buffalo,
shooting, which means at
Buffalo.
least 4
Yeah.
people were killed,
Yeah.
which is just so mind-boggling. But yeah, Buffalo, Buffalo.
I know it's only May. Crazy.
Yeah.
No worries, Mother Trucker. No
Yeah,
worries.
no worries, no worries.
Um.
Um,
But yeah, finish your thought. Finish your thought.
yeah, sorry. Oh, God, where the fuck was I? So, like, that is a case where somebody has made a decision to do unspeakable things to other people. So, in those cases, I'm like, yeah, your rights need to be taken the fuck away. You goddamn weirdo. But, and I
But
think I'm getting off topic now, but,
yeah,
like, yeah.
can I add on to it?
Oh, please do, please do.
And I feel for you absolutely, Liza. I like feel for you absolutely. That's a horrible thing. Like that is your mother being abusive, and I don't want to dig into it if it's a sensitive topic for you. But I do just like to add in the point that like if you abort a baby or a fetus, the fetus doesn't know.
Yeah.
Like you don't exist. You wouldn't have existed enough to know you were existing. So it's not as if there is suffering in that sense, or when people use the argument of like, well, your mom didn't abort you, aren't you glad? Well, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have existed to know.
Yeah.
So it's this argument, they're trying to make this argument of suffering when there would have been no suffering because the fetus doesn't know it exists.
I just
Not
want to,
to
I
not
just want to interrupt for
to
one.
minimize your point or anything like that.
I just want to interrupt for one small thing. Can we just all like give Liz a whole bunch of hearts because I want her to know that she is very much loved and that we really
Unless you don't
love her
want
being
that.
here.
Unless you don't want that, you'd
Yeah.
rather we not.
Yeah. 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 Sorry.
But absolutely, it's unfortunate to hear.
No, I
Awkward
under.
position, absolutely, and
Yeah.
it's an awkward line to straddle when you're you got excited, killer. No, you're good. You're good.
But yeah,
It comes from a good place.
it's a difficult topic. So it's it's never going to be something that's like it's not like gay rights where you can just be like, yo, it's this is just the way things should be. I mean, honestly, I still feel like this is the way things should be. Is and women should be able to have the choice. But it is a difficult topic because people are doing difficult things. What's up, Box?
Absolutely.
Ants?
And I think Vandy made a good point
Zombie?
earlier when she said, remember, kids, your representatives' mistresses will still have access to safe abortions.
Yep.
And that is a very key point to make. These rules affecting abortions, because people who living in states who have these rules around contraception and abortions aren't able to leave their states to go seek care elsewhere. Motherfucker, mistresses, rich people, celebrities, they can just fly. They can literally get on a private jet and fly somewhere that has access to safe abortions.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas or people who potentially be mothers, or people who don't want to have kids, or women in general, anyone with a uterus who can't afford that is going to have to put their health and safety and their lives at risk because they might not be able to even just afford to have a baby, right?
Yeah.
It specifically targets the lower class, which is disproportionately people of color, right? And immigrants. Like it is what it is.
Yeah, in the United States, it is very much targeting. Well, of course, we're talking about it in the United States because Roe versus Wade, but it's extremely targeting towards the black community, people of color, like you were saying, poor people. Basically, if you're not white, then that's who's being targeted. You know.
White and
And
have money.
yeah, and the other thing is like, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but for real, this shit is about control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the conservatives have this weird fucking obsession with controlling women's bodies, and I do not understand it. Like, just get your fingers out of people's pants, you weirdos. Especially for a party that purports to be like, oh, we want individual liberty and, you know, we want the government out of people's lives. Then stop sticking your hands in people's pants.
It's also not like, it's not biblically supported.
No.
Like, there are abortions in the Bible.
Yep.
It's why it gets so crazy to me that you can clearly see it's not linked to anything like logical. They don't even believe what they're saying, right? It is absolutely about population control. It's about having control. It's about power and wealth and money. And you're absolutely nailed it. It's about control.
Yeah. I mean, another
right?
big part of it is, you know, conservatives are very much like, they say that they are pro-life when what they really are is pro-birth. And even then, not really, because they're not giving the healthcare support for that. They just want, well, it just goes right
support
the fuck back
children,
to abortion.
But let's not give them any health care.
Yeah.
Let's just let them all die. Let's let them be born so that they suffer and die.
Yeah. And I also want to cover some of the talking points that we hear from Republicans constantly about this shit. They say that, like, okay, they want to stop deaths and they want to, you know, so they want to stop all this harm. Well, guess what? By banning abortions, you're actually making it fucking worse. You don't actually stop them from happening. People just go elsewhere and get them in a dangerous place instead of a safe place. So, you know, this is just one of the things that I keep hitting on every time we talk about this shit is whenever we're talking about one of these difficult topics, I always point back to, what does the science say? What does the data say? Because if you're not following the data and the science, you are just making shit up.
Literally.
For real. Like,
literally just making shit up.
You know, I've been trying to think of a good way to phrase this to my boss, who is a conservative, because he has some very stupid ideas about things. And I just keep thinking of, like, how can I frame this in the way that it would work at work so that he gets it? You know, like, oh, well, if something has a weird cost structure and you're like, oh, it's just because of aliens, then nobody's going to fucking believe your ass because you're not following the data. If you actually tell them, like, what's real, then people will understand what you're saying. And it's the same with every fucking thing else. You know?
Except for in the case of, like, there is something to be said for theories, and there's lots of theories about this. It's the reason why, sorry, I'm also eating, so don't mind me.
No worries.
It's the reason why people like flat earthers and science deniers exist, because there is a bit of this cult mentality that comes into wanting to feel special and wanting to feel like you know more than everyone else.
You can't see it, but I am nodding so hard.
And it creates this kind of bubble where people can live and they completely ignore logic because they want so bad to feel special and different that they will put themselves and their brains in this bubble where they refuse to listen to logic or science, and they'll believe the most outrageous things purely for the fact that it makes them different.
Yep.
And contradictory, right? And it is definitely like a mental phenomenon that becomes almost like a cult in its evolution. This cult of, like, conspiracy believers. And it is, again, just wild to me. Pancake Earth.
Yeah, by the way, you can ignore Zombie. He's a troll.
No, I recognize the name Zombie.
Okay. But yeah, I feel you entirely. Like, and I agree 100%. Like, it's always just so... It really is just like, it's like these people just want to know, quote unquote, know something more than someone else. And it's just like, I don't know. Wait. Want abortion to be left up to the states' rights? Why stop at just state level? What about the country level, the city level, or, hear me out, the individual level? Dude, let's go. See, that's the most basted take I've heard about Republicans. Yeah, God damn it. I'm combining repugnant and Republican. Inadvertently.
No, they fit so well together.
They really do. And again, this is not to say that the Democratic Party is like the greatest thing on earth, because for real, they suck. But they're just less sucky.
Literally, I was watching this TikTok, and it was this guy talking about how his mother, with this whole situation of things that's been going on, and like Republicans and conservatives in the country, and he was talking about how like he is outwardly queer, like he came out to his mother a long time ago. He runs, I think, like some sort of kinky online business, does quite well, makes good money for himself. His mother knows all about, they've talked about it before. And then recently in the last few weeks, like the last while, she's suddenly like switched, like done a full 180 to suddenly being like, what you're doing is gross and like I don't support any of this. And he's like, it's like a totally different person is just like skin walking in her body. It's like she's not even the same person.
Wow.
And he was saying the same thing, like it's as if she suddenly had some sort of like mental break where from whatever is going on in her life, she just couldn't handle it anymore and her brain is just broken and she's been now sucked down this tunnel of like conservatism. And it's just insane to hear stories like that of people having complete flips in their personalities, their beliefs, everything from just being drugged down this hole of like insanity. And it's so interesting to hear people do like videos and stuff about the YouTube algorithms to kind of tie into that. But there's been a distinct, like, there's been studies and stuff looked into the YouTube algorithm and how it's almost like a funnel towards conspiracy theories. And that if you start at any YouTube video and you just start clicking through random recommended stuff, you'll eventually end up at conspiracy theories, no matter where you start out. And it just starts to get more and more extreme the deeper you go into the recommendations. And it's this really interesting thing that happens in the algorithm. And it's been talked about a lot because people are really curious about, like, why is it like this? Like, who designed this to be like this? And why is it funneling people like this?
I
And it's
think
very dangerous for people who are very impressionable, especially like young people.
Yeah. So I don't know anything about how algorithms actually work because I don't know anything about technology. But I feel like a big part of it, and obviously everybody take this with a grain of salt because, as I said, I don't know anything about this. This is literally me guessing. So do not take this as anything real other than me just spitballing. I really feel like it's partially because people find conspiracy theories to be really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the algorithm focuses on, is things that people are engaged by. And so it's kind of a consequence of the design of, like, you know, people want to be, they want people to be engaged, so they will click on things, and so they will throw things at them that have high engagement. So they're just like, watch this conspiracy thing, and this one, and this one, and this one, and it just keeps going and going and going. And interestingly enough, you talking about like people kind of going down the rabbit hole. A friend of ours recently got divorced because her husband went down the psycho hole and just went from like full on liberal, like nearly communist, to Trump hating, you know, immigrants and like, you know, the Spanish people are ruining everything and like that kind of shit. And it's just like, how the what?
It's crazy how it just drags you, and you start out, and that's the interesting. You start out watching it because like you're like, oh, these people are crazy. Like, listen to all these crazy theories, and next thing you know, you're agreeing with them, and you're like, it just shows you very clearly how careful you have to be with what you consume. And I think, I forget who it was, someone asked a question earlier about social media and its effects on this entire topic, and I absolutely agree. Social media, things like TikTok, it is absolutely funneling people towards extremism.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because if you end up on that side, like it's even interesting when you talk about people's For You pages. I don't know how much you know about TikTok. I know you're an old man.
I know it exists.
On TikTok, you scroll through videos, right? It's just they're quick videos. You scroll through them. What you watch, what you like, what you engage with, it pulls the tags and pulls that kind of information, pulls what you like to watch, and creates a For You page, an FYP. Okay? So it'll start to make it so that every video you're swiping past is stuff that is tailored to what the algorithm thinks you like or you would like to see. So if you are watching all, like, let's say you're a teenage girl and you like watching other teenage girls do the dancing trends, and that's all you interact with, that's all you like, that's all you follow, you're only going to see girls the same age as you dancing on TikTok so you can copy the trends, right? That's what you'll see. If you engage with a little bit, just a little bit, a smattering of extremism, TikTok will start pushing that content towards you. And that's what your For You page will become, right? The more it'll become more conservative. You'll start to see Republican. You'll start to see white only videos.
Jesus.
And it's really interesting to think about how everybody's TikTok experience is so vastly different. There are people, so like I think my TikTok For You page is quite like diverse. I see a lot of people of color. I have a lot of different interests. I see topics about abortion and the Roe v. Wade. I see lots of Canadian content about these politics. But it's because I engage with that content. I watch those videos through, so TikTok knows that's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other people on TikTok whose entire For You pages is just white people
Mm-hmm.
being trendy, right? Like if you were to compare my TikTok For You page to my youngest sister's TikTok For You pages, we have vastly different TikTok experiences. Hers is purely entertainment. I use TikTok for a lot of my news comes from TikTok. So like it is vastly different experiences depending on what you're using it for. You're getting a lot of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard. I'm trying to scroll past it. I don't care. I don't want to know about them.
Yeah, I didn't really care, and then
Like,
I saw one video and was like, "This shit's wild," and then I was done with it.
oh, it's wild because I keep seeing it on my TikTok because it is like interesting, but I'm trying not to engage with it too much because I don't
Yeah.
want my whole feed just to be it because it's like all over TikTok.
Yeah, the other thing that's really kind of interesting, you were mentioning like you engage with a little bit of extremism, and then it's just like it pops up fucking everywhere. There was a while where I was basically trying to look at both sides of the argument every single time I saw something. So it would be like, God, this was long before I started doing anything on Twitch. So I would go to like Breitbart and then like go to a place that's actually sane, because literally every time I went to one of the right wing sites and looked at what they were saying, I was like, this is all editorialized insanity. Like none of it makes any sense. There's no citations. There's no actual like data or information, and everything that they link to as evidence is literally just like Tucker Carlson being like, I'm saying the N word. It's like, all right,
Yep.
well. But
Yep, literally.
I kept seeing all that shit pop up, like whenever I would Google something, and more conservative stuff would come up. But now that I don't really do that anymore, because basically, like, I've affirmed to myself, no, I'm not insane, and I'm not going to look at this stuff anymore because it makes me insane.
Yeah. And I don't believe like it's necessary. Like people will say, "Oh, look at both sides of the you're being biased." I'm not a fucking journalist, man. Like, guess what? I'm a human person.
Yeah.
I am biased. I'm biased towards what I believe in, which is that people have fucking rights, okay?
Yeah.
Which means the content I consume is people who agree with me. Because guess what? I'm not a journalist. I don't have to look at both sides of the argument. I believe people deserve rights. So that's the content I'm going to consume.
And honestly,
right?
Whenever people are like, oh, you got to look at both sides, most of the time that I hear that, I'm like, no, I fucking don't. Because your side is always shit that's tired and old and from the fucking 50s or the 20s. We've heard it before a million times, like gay people are grooming children to become gay, just like they did in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s.
Okay, did you hear about anybody who hasn't heard about this? Hold on, let me just Google something real quickly. Okay. Have you guys ever heard of Dr. Money? This is not a rap name. This is a legitimate doctor. His name is John Money. Dr. John Money. Have you ever heard of him? Anybody in chat, please let me know if you've heard of this man.
At least I don't think I have.
It is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So he was a oh my god, he was a psychologist / sexologist, not really. And he wrote this book. So what he endorsed the idea that that you could do conversion therapy for young children. So he was in favor of conversion therapy. So in order to prove as in like if like a boy like someone is born a male and then later they're like I'm really identify as a girl, he believed conversion therapy would make them identify as a male. Like if you just had to raise people to be the way they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Quote unquote.
So we're talking about like the anti-gay camps and shit like that.
Yes. So he's very So Box, the gender reassignment guy. So he was involved, and it's this crazy case. I highly recommend looking at because I'm sure I'm gonna misrepresent some of it because I'm just saying this based off memory. The New Zealand dude. So there was twins born, both born male, And when the parents took the boys to be circumcised, there was an incident with doing it with one of the boys, and they removed his penis
Oh
because there
no.
was this whole thing, and they were like, "Oh no, we fucked up," so they had to remove his penis. So one of the boys' circumcision went normal, the other one they had to remove his penis. This guy, Dr. Money, got involved and said, "Well, he doesn't have a penis. In order to like confirm all my theories about conversion therapy and blah blah blah, raise him as a girl."
Oh Lord.
Just pretend he's a girl. Tell him he's a girl, raise him as a girl. And they did. And there's a lot of other fucked up stuff in the story, you guys, which I'm not going to get into, but like they had to go to regular doctor's appointments with this guy. He apparently made them like do stuff in front of it. Like it's a fucking weird ass story.
Jesus
In the
Christ.
end, so eventually, um, this kid grew up being told he was a girl, and he grew up this entire time being like, I don't feel like that's right. Felt like awful growing up. Had a horrible childhood. Both boys had a horrible childhood. And finally, eventually, the parents told him what happened, and then immediately he started identifying as male and as a man. And then later, both boys killed themselves. They both committed suicide because they just couldn't deal with what had been done to them.
Jesus Christ.
And like it was
Actually,
this whole crazy thing. He wrote a whole book on it about how successful it was
oh
because
my
he said,
God.
"We look at what we did. We raised him to be a girl, so that shows you can just raise people to be what you want them to be, and gender isn't like a real thing for people. It's totally socially constructed. So all these people claiming to be other things than what they were raised are just lying." But in the end, this person who had been raised as a girl knew he was a boy, identified as a boy despite having been raised. So it literally disproved this guy's whole theory. And he still wrote a book about it and was still like going around, made tons of money. It was insane.
So this actually touches on another thing that I get really fucking pissed off about. Is so my mom used to be a not great person because she listened to her sisters, but she has since become a much better person. But every once in a while gets browbeaten by her sisters, and then will like question some of the stuff that my dad and I have said to her. And one of the things that she brings up a lot is, oh, but this person wrote a book. And every time she does, I'm like, that's because they couldn't get a published scientific study, so they just write a fucking
Yep.
book and then talk about how right they are.
Yep. Yeah,
Literally
literally.
every book.
Literally. You do not trust books. And
No.
that's a weird thing to say, but
Yeah.
do not trust books. Books that are written by people, book written by famous psychologists, it's because they couldn't get a journal
Yeah.
to peer review and publish their articles.
Yeah.
That's why they write books.
Yep.
Absolutely true. It's unbelievable. And right, Zombie, like the amount of mental manipulation that went into their childhood, like their whole
Oh yeah.
lives were lies.
Yeah.
Like
It's so gross, man. And actually, after you described the story, I was like, I do remember this, but I also did not remember the guy's name. But
his name's Dr. Money for anybody who wants to look him up
fucking
and read
weirdo.
about how fucking crazy it's crazy.
Social and
Technically,
emotional
so Killer,
intelligences.
there's a huge issue with, well, first of all, anytime you look at anything regarding intelligences, I just throw it out the window. Like, it's fucking stupid shit. Psychology as a whole is terribly misogynistic. It is completely irrelevant for most people because most of us are not straight white males in the mid 20s, right? Like most of us are not. And psychology has for the longest time focused on that group of people and done fucking wild ass experiments. There's also a trend in psychology to manipulate data. So in science, right, in order to be peer reviewed and have like credible articles and journal entries and papers, your studies must be reproducible by others, right? That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not reproducible and the other person doesn't get the same results, your theory's bullshit. Okay?
Yep.
And so a problem in psychology is that a lot of that shit is not reproducible. So a lot of what happens to psychological journals is that they'll smudge data to make their studies reproducible to support theories. And it really is quite harmful for the entire system because now we have entire structures of what's supposed to be mental health support and mental health specialists and support for disabilities and mental illnesses, and it's all based on bullshit.
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to say about that particular thing is like there are a lot of very bad psychologists and people who
Abominably
are
bad, though.
gathering data with that stuff, because they look at it like it is math or a science where it's codified when it really isn't. And honestly, I find that the best psychologists are the ones who admit, like, we don't really know what the fuck we're talking about. A lot of this is a guess. And so it's all like, the best ones aren't the ones that are going to be like, you need to take this. They'll be like, we're going to try this because we think it might help. Like...
Exactly, Liz.
Yeah.
It's based off such subjective and individual personalized experiences. And that's why it's almost impossible to replicate things. And most of what we know in psychology comes from experiments that were completely inhumane, awful. Like, you just think about some of the most notorious ones, like the Stanford prison experiment. That's horrible. It's horrible what they did to those people. And yet it is constantly referenced as, like, this thing that we learned so much about people. Did we, though? Are you sure? Terrible. Yeah, and if you don't want to look up that guy, I don't blame you.
Yeah,
don't give
real.
it the attention. But bedtime.
Good night, Liza.
Good night, Liza.
Yeah, man, life is it's so fucking complicated, and it just boggles my mind that people want to boil it down into these super simple things. Like, I remember I did an interview night once with a friend of ours who is, I think they finally got their PhD in economics, but we were talking about a bunch of stuff, and there were some people in their chat that were saying just like this ridiculous shit, and at the time I didn't really understand what the fuck they were talking about, but later after I thought about it, I was like, these people are fucking psychos. Like, there was one lady that I started talking about like climate change, and she said something about like a volcano erupting and ruining the whole planet, and then I realized what she was talking about was this fucking like this misinformation that volcanoes produce like 8 bazillion times more carbon dioxide than all the cars on the planet, which is like, no, actually volcanoes produce about 0.05% of all carbon emissions on the planet per year. So they like, and it's not like one volcano erupts and causes a whole bunch of shit to spew into the atmosphere, because there are literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of volcanoes under the ocean that are constantly erupting and spewing carbon dioxide, which still gets nowhere close to man-made vehicles or cows.
Emissions. Yeah. Cows. Oh my gosh.
Cows are the worst by far producers of carbon dioxide on the planet.
Methane too? Unbelievable.
Yes, Box. That is something that people actually believe, the volcano thing. I actually there was somebody who was in my community for a while, and I started suspecting that they were an asshole. And then one night when I mentioned, climate change, and they said the thing about the volcano, I immediately went to the USGS website, found the scientific study and all the stuff talking about it from volcanologists and climate scientists, posted it. They just said, fuck you, and then left the community. And I was like, cool, that's one less asshole in the community. Wonderful. Clap for me.
Yeah, but it's also somebody who has decided not to educate them. Like, it's so crazy to me that people are so unwilling to accept anything different than what they... And I know it's because people feel stupid, right? That's part of it, where you like look at it and you're like, well, I'm a fucking idiot, eh? This guy thinks I'm a fucking idiot. And then people's first response is anger. And that also, like, I mean, we can get into the whole issue of like all of us having too much trauma to be able to handle our own emotions well.
Yeah.
So it's just crazy. Found on EI Millie picks first year dental students and basically no one else. Literally killer. Like emotional intelligence, any of the intelligences. I don't believe in IQ of any kind. No. I don't think they're real, and I don't think they should be used in any type of real manner. I have a lot of issues with psychology and a lot of the bases of it, because it's just so exclusionary.
Yeah, I feel like there's a great quote for this that Nafi has said before, and I forget who it actually comes from. But everybody's a genius in their own right. But if you grade a fish on how well it climbs a tree, it's always going to fail.
Yeah, it's going to live its whole life thinking it's stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like I've seen comic strips of that.
Yeah.
It's so true, right? Like you're trying to judge people based on, do you fit the mold of mid-20s white male?
Yeah, for
and
fucking
it's like,
real.
Unfortunately not. I don't. Sorry.
Yeah.
So.
But I feel
That's
you, Sanus,
insane.
with like the published research
Mm-hmm.
having some issues, but that's why we have scientific consensus. Not to say that like the whole thing is flawless, because it's not. Anything where human beings are involved will never be flawless. There was actually another
Mm-hmm.
thing that during that interview thing I was having issues with, where like there were a bunch of people in that person's chat that were like, "Well, this is how things are," and I'm like, "But that's not how things are. Like the world is not black and white.
It's when people
Things."
present
Yeah,
opinions as like, or just full misinformation as
yeah,
factual, and like the only way to dispute that is to just say you're wrong,
yeah.
and people hate that.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I don't know if
People
you
just hate
heard the
that.
story I told the other day about my first face-to-face encounter with an anti-vaxxer at work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that's basically what it came down to. It was like he was talking about this guy Robert Malone, who I thought I remembered the name but couldn't quite. And he's the person who, while he had a hand in creating mRNA vaccines long ago, or at least in
Mm.
the research, he now claims that he is the one who created them, that he is the inventor of mRNA vaccines, and
Mm.
has actually been spreading misinformation about the COVID vaccines.
Mm.
And so, like, this person at work was like, "Oh, have you heard that?" Because basically, this dude claimed that the reason I got COVID was because I got the third vaccine shot.
Literally stupid.
Yeah, when I told him, because he was like, "Oh, you vaccinated?" I was like, "Yeah, I got 3 shots. I'm gonna get the fourth when it comes out." And he was like, "That third shot's what gave you the virus." And I was like, "Motherfucker, that was like 6 goddamn months ago that I got that shot." Like, literally, the proteins from the spikes, like the spike proteins, have left my fucking body by now. And so,
Yep.
but anyway, I looked up the guy's name and I was like, Mick, the first like 20 articles are about how Robert Malone is full of shit and is spreading misinformation. And he was like, "Oh, you can't trust Google. Like, you got to do your research, kid. You got to do your research." And I was like,
You're not researching.
"Exactly." And so
You're
what I
just
said was,
reading someone
"Yeah,
else's dumbass opinions.
I love you."
Oh my God.
um,
It just sends. I hate when people are like, you gotta do your own research.
yeah, well,
I'm like, wait, you're researching what, on Facebook?
yeah, for real,
Get
man.
out of here. You're bullshit.
So
Oh,
all I said to him was, "Mick, whenever somebody says,
Sanus, don't even get me
oh
started
boy,
about the learning styles. As a
oh."
teacher, learning styles make me so fucking mad because they're not real.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, Robert Malone was on Joe
oh,
Rogan, like the epicenter of misinformation and stupidity. Honestly, like for real, I actually used to think that Joe Rogan had like some smartness in him, and now I'm just like, he's literally just a brain dead gorilla in a human suit. Like that's all he is. He is just the dumbest
no,
motherfucker on the
he
planet.
knows how to make money.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and this is what you have to keep in mind for anybody who is pushing rhetoric about Republicans or these super conservative views.
Yeah.
They don't even believe what they're saying.
No.
Right? Like Donald Trump is vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They don't even believe their own bullshit.
Well, dude, this was one of the craziest fucking things. I don't know if you know who Dinesh D'Souza is.
No, can't say I
Okay,
do.
he's a conservative talking head. He's half Indian, half white.
Okay.
And he lives in the United States. He went to prison for a short time for campaign donations, way over the line. But he does things like he just released a movie purporting to quote unquote prove that the 2020 election was rigged and that Donald Trump won it. He's full of shit. But so for the longest time, I kept thinking this guy cannot believe his own bullshit. I saw him in a debate with this guy Matt Dillahunty, who is an atheist. Like basically, he's a philosophical like wizard.
Yeah.
And I was like, first off, Matt Dillahunty is going to wipe the floor with him, and he did. But also, he's going to show that like Dinesh does not believe any of the shit he says. It turns out
No.
Dinesh believes every fucking thing he says. He is actually an insane person who literally believes all this stuff. It was mind blowing, like how deep some of these people can get in their own stupidity. Like,
Yes.
the contortions you have to do to shove your head up so far up your own ass, I just don't get it.
Yeah. No, and it's absolutely like it's absolutely great because you're right. You do get either side. They either full believe, full out to the point of insanity what they're saying, or they know it's all bullshit and they're just
Yeah.
they're in it for the money or the fame or whatever they're in it for, right?
Yeah.
No worries, killer.
Yeah, yeah.
No worries.
Yep, that's
Um,
Dinesh D'Souza all over, man. Yep. Jesus
Social
Christ.
like why is like what do they think I can't believe people are so against socialism. Like
It's all
it
Red
is
Scare bullshit.
mind-boggling. I know, and it just boggles my mind that like people still think that.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
it's yeah.
Even going so far as to say that like Marxism taught that there was no such thing as freedom, when the exact opposite is true. When Marx
The
was
whole
like,
point of
yeah, the
the
whole point of
manifesto is to like rise up for your
thank you,
freedom.
thank you. Because Marx even wrote, like, so that people can work during the day and then have the freedom to do as they wish in the afternoon.
Literally.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
it just shows you that they haven't actually read
yeah,
anything ever other than Facebook.
yeah, it's just,
It just, oh man. But yeah, learning styles. Sorry, I just keep going back to it because it just drives me crazy. Because everyone in fucking education talks about learning styles, and literally anytime, literally we have like ped days, which is like when we as teachers are supposed to like be increasing our education, right, on education, and people will be like, oh yeah, so make sure you like identify learning styles, and I always just like, it's not a real thing. It's not a thing. People don't have learning styles. It's not a thing.
yeah.
Okay, there's no such thing as left brain, right brain. It doesn't exist. And it is so toxic to teach people that they only think in one way, and that's how you're going to learn, by you are a right brain thinker and you think this way and you should always do things this way. Like, it's so fucking awful.
Yeah.
Oh, it just gets me so mad.
It's just like what Naffy kept saying the other day in chat, where she was like, it's people trying to put complex ideas in boxes and sort them in that manner, and it doesn't fucking work.
Doesn't work. No.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. And yeah, Box, that sounds exactly like Jesus Christ. I fucking hate Dinesh D'Souza. The guy is such a disingenuous piece of shit. Like, and I remember the one day I mentioned this Dinesh D'Souza's name to a friend of mine who had never heard of him, and he was like, "Man, even his name just sounds like he's a sleazy piece of garbage." I was like, "He really is. He really is." But Jesus, I forget what.
Yeah. Oh. But yeah, Nafi, so learning styles is right. I'm sure everyone knows. You probably did it in school. You probably sat down in front of a computer if you had a computer lab in school, if you were that lucky. Or they gave you a piece of paper and they were like, okay, you're going to check every box that applies to you. You're going to say strongly agree or strongly disagree. And at the end, you're going to count up all your little points. And it's going to tell you if you're a visual learner or an auditory learner, or if you're a kinesthetic learner.
Yeah.
Then that's how you learn best.
I know that surveys like that are valuable for statistical analysis and gathering information, because when you force someone to make a choice that isn't exactly what they want, it tells you a lot about how they feel about something. But at the same time, when you're trying to suss out how someone learns and like things about them individually as a person, I feel like it is a shitty garbage tool. It does nothing but like force people into boxes, which is where they just don't belong.
Literally. And that's the problem with them, Neppy. They're not supported by any type of science. They're not supported. Like, the pedagogy does not support it. It just is not supported. And that is not to say that people don't have preferred ways of doing things, right? Like you said, I learned by reading and doing, and that's totally fine. But that doesn't mean that if I was to tell you something that you're like, la la la, like, I don't hear you. Like, no, you as a person are still capable of learning things by hearing, right? You're capable of doing that, right? Most people are capable of learning in every single different way. Do we have maybe a little bit of preference? Sure, that's normal. But the idea that you are exclusively a visual learner or you are exclusively a kinesthetic learner is completely false. It doesn't check out.
Yeah. And the thing is,
Are you creative or practical? And it's, again, but it puts people into those boxes of like, you're either creative or you're practical. You're either a type A personality or a type B, and never the twine shall mix.
yeah. Well, and this points out something else interesting to me, that there are some people who can or do fit those particular, like, archetypes. Like, I am the kind of person where I have to do something over and over to really learn it and really learn the process. Like, I guess process oriented or whatever. I don't know if there's a fucking term for it. Anyway, but it's one of those things where, like, a lot of times people will see an individual that fits and they're like, see, it works. And it's the same thing with when people are like, see, this black person is a millionaire. Racism doesn't exist anymore. And it's like, no, that is not what that fucking means in any way, shape, or form. Like, people, okay. The way people learn is not a monolith. Black people are not a monolith. One person does not equal all. Like, I don't know why people have such a hard time understanding this shit. And I know that, like, in the moment, I also have trouble with that, where, like, I will think, like, oh, yeah, this person did that, so that clearly that's the way the rest of it works. And then I have to be like, no, that's not how that fucking works.
That's not
Like,
how it works.
I have to
Yeah.
remind myself, you know? But what blows me away is when people just, like, stick to their guns about that shit. And it's like, how does this make any sense to anyone? Like, I really feel like science and statistical education needs to be taught in school in order for people to not be dumb. I know that sounds really bad, but that's how I feel about it.
And the weird thing, like it's because our subjects aren't taught in any type of really cohesive way with each other, right? We teach in a very like content specific manner rather than an integrated manner.
Yeah.
Whereas like science happens in science class and math happens in math class. And again, never the twine shall meet.
Yeah.
But and I get what you mean, Nafi, where like absolutely, if you fit the archetype of like you're more of an audio learner or a visual learner, that's fine. There's nothing wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the fact that it is pushed so much on children to identify how you learn at a young age and then stick with that. And certainly like one of the ways in education, it's called differentiation. And that is we present material to students in multiple different forms of multiple different mediums. So for example, like you said, like for a student, if a kid's like, hey, can you write that down for me too? That we're already as teachers supposed to be doing it. That is supported by pedagogy, that you're supposed to represent anything you're giving to students or presenting to students. You should be presenting in multiple formats. So that includes having a picture on the board, writing on the board beside it, giving them a handout with maybe a graph or a chart, having manipulatives so they can work with their hands. You're supposed to do all of that in your teaching, but you're not supposed to look at a student and say, you're a visual learner, so make sure you look at that picture.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what we're trying to move away from, is that idea of like, you're going to learn this one way. So this is the way for you, and this is the way for you. We want the students to be looking at all the different ways so they form a complete image through all the different ways, and they see there's different ways of learning, and then we can help them navigate those different ways. It is a hell of a lot of work, though. You are right. It's a fucking shit ton of work to make all of that different stuff. Especially because teachers are not good about sharing their materials. Like, teachers pay teachers. Trash. It's so fucking expensive.
I'm sorry to skip to something else, but this is just how my brain works. You mentioned, like, the idea of introducing all these different ideas to a kid so they can kind of figure out what works with them. This is also how I feel about religion, and I didn't know about I forget how it's pronounced. It's like Universalist Unitarian, I think. Churches where they literally introduce the kids there to every single, well, not every single, but like a wide variety of religions, including atheism, which is not really religion, it's like the lack of, to say, like, these are what all these different things believe, and they don't, like, you know, talk up one over the other, and they let the kids decide. And like my brother-in-law and his wife did that with their kids, and their son is an atheist. Their daughter is, I think she chose some sect of Christianity, it's like Protestant or something like that. I forget. It's one of the less shitty ones. So like not you know, straight up like whip the people until they bleed Catholicism. You know, like not that shit. Thank you, Mandy.
I think it's interesting. I don't know. My stance on religion is quite like
Dude, speak your mind. Speak your mind.
I think all religion is dumb.
Listen, so I don't disagree necessarily.
If you are religious and you enjoy your religion, you find value in your faith, great. I love that for you. You know, support you. I just, coming from a having studied history, all religion has an origin point, right? Like all religions have some sort of origin story of where they came from. And by virtue of that, as with any story in history, I can't accept the idea that any one of those is more real than the other, right? Like, because they're all just as unbelievable.
Well, so I very much agree with the way you put that. Like, if somebody has religion and they're not like trying to shove it in somebody else's face, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You know, if it helps you and helps you with, you know, like your spirituality or whatever, I am 100% for that. The problem I have is when people try to insert the religion into determining things that happen in our world, in like the real world that we exist in. Yes. That's where I find many flaws with it. Also, quite frankly, if you believe that your God is a good God, please assess the world. Please
Mm-hmm.
tell me why children develop bone cancer. Please tell me why there is
Mm-hmm.
these natural disasters that kill millions of people. Please tell me why cancer exists. Please tell me why all these other things exist. And if you say that
Mm-hmm.
God works in mysterious ways, no, your God is an asshole.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Literally.
Yeah.
Um,
And I
yeah,
understand that like
sorry.
sometimes people can look past
You're
this stuff, but and like, they are okay with those not blind spots, but those voids, and not necessarily understanding. And this is going to sound like the dumbest fucking comparison, but I understand because I love FromSoft games, and there are like huge holes in the lore, so I get liking that stuff. But at the same time, I can't.
but you're not trying to turn Elden Ring into a religion.
Yeah, well, right. I'm not trying to apply that to the real world, and that's the part that really just like it catches in what was that phrase? Like it,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just I can't move past it, and it's just yeah,
Yeah, like sorry,
yeah,
your Sky Daddy doesn't get to tell me what to do.
yeah.
Like I don't believe in him. Sorry. Yeah, like if yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, Box. Like the one where like if you died and you met God and he turns out wow he existed, I'd be like fuck you, dude. You fucking suck.
Yeah, it's oh
Literally
man.
the worst. Where's Satan? I'll go there. Like it sounds like a good guy. Step. Killer, you are literally streaming. Get out of here. I
Step
see you
Sky Daddy, help me!
online.
I'm stuck. Oh
Sky
God, that feels
Daddy?
so horrible.
Do you speak? No, she speaks for the trees, not
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the trees. She speaks for the trees.
You were negotiating with bees today. That sounds pretty pog. See, like
Negotiating with bees.
the naturalist stuff, I can kind of get. Like I don't know, and I'm not like I am full on atheist. The way, and just to clarify, I know that there are some atheists who say that what atheism is no belief in any deity. The way that I see atheism is I have yet to see sufficient evidence to conclude that
So
there is a
you,
supernatural thing of any kind.
so you would probably be an agnostic atheist. You don't
Uh,
believe, and you don't think we would ever be able to know if there is a supernatural
oh no,
being.
I think we would. I mean, right
Okay,
now,
so then you're just pure
well, that's the
atheist
thing is
then.
that I'm not going to say like there. I would not just go up to somebody and say there is no God. I would say, if somebody was like, "Do you believe in God?" I'd say I have yet to see sufficient evidence that there is a God. So there, it's just like if somebody said there's a teacup floating around Jupiter. Okay, show me the evidence. If you can't show me the evidence, I don't believe that shit. You crazy?
Right.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm not going to believe something unless I see sufficient evidence to show me that it exists or that it's real. Like, you know, I don't know, because
Mm-hmm.
the other thing that I get to with religion is like when somebody's like, but how do you explain well, okay, hang on, sorry, gotta straighten my mind a little bit.
Okay.
The crux of my issue with religion and faith in general is that faith is not a sufficient belief structure, or not belief structure, a
Mm-hmm.
sufficient methodology with which to understand the world, because there is not a single position you could not take on faith.
Mm-hmm.
You can take literally any position on faith. Whereas with
Mm-hmm.
science, you cannot, right? And that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of the crux of my outlook on the world, I suppose. I know.
Mm-hmm.
How many times can I say crux?
Right, crux. I feel that. No, I agree. Like it's like and that's why like I come from the standpoint of like I was raised Roman Irish Catholic,
Hmm.
specifically Roman Irish Catholic.
Yeah.
And I just think it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think the whole thing's ridiculous. I think it is borderline cultish, and I think it is indoctrination.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah. And I know that we also talked about this the other day. And it's something that I still can't get past is the idea of, at least in Christianity, like, and pick whatever flavor of fucking Christianity you want. It doesn't matter if it's like the hippie Jesus kind or like the God that beats the shit out of you because he's mad. It's either nice ground father or angry sky daddy.
hmm
It doesn't matter which one. The requirement to get into the afterlife utopia is to believe in that thing.
hmm
So literally, it's like, okay, but I want to go to heaven. Okay, but you have to believe in me, but I don't. and I've led a good life otherwise. Well, you're going to hell, but I don't want to go to hell. So literally, it is just God or Jeebus, whichever one, sending you to hell where you don't want to go because you didn't do one thing that is not morally significant.
And isn't that just like the most narcissistic shit ever? On your knees, praise me, or else burn for eternity.
Well, it's not even the praise. It's just like you must believe in me, and it's like, okay, but
it depends which kind of Christian you are, because if you're not spreading the good word, you're also going to hell.
Well, that's what I mean. If you're like an Old Testament Christian, then yeah. Well, if you're an Old Testament Christian, what the fuck are you doing in this chat anyway? But like, if you're a New Testament Christian, like, I understand where you're coming from with some of that stuff. But
again,
like,
that's just the dumbest shit, because like, oh, we're New Testament. Okay, so the rest of the book is just bullshit, but this is the part we're gonna choose to believe. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
It is. Well,
I'm so sorry for anybody if you're Christian, and I'm just like ripping on you now. But like, how could you possibly look at this book and be like, the second half, like that part, we're gonna use that. The rest of it, that was the not good part. So we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen, and like, that's the bad part.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it's so picky choosy of like what you want to do with that shit. Yeah. And that even makes it just all the more invalid to me, that like, you are literally just picking and choosing what you want to hear.
Yeah, I do want to say, like,
going to benefit you.
I know that there are some people who are religious in chat, and we are not trying to attack you, but I actually kind of forgot what I was going to say. Fucking brain fog,
We're not trying to attack you.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
Wait, me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't fight me. I'll kill you.
You know, I know that you can't really respond in, like, you know, real time, and it is a consequence of the medium. If any of you actually want to talk about this stuff privately, like, I am fine to have, like, actual, very non-aggressive conversations with people about this stuff, because, for real, I am very interested to see how some people deal with these different problems, because, like, I know that there are folks out there, and part of the reason that I'm interested is because, like, I have a ridiculous amount of belief in my friends and acquaintances, that they are intelligent people, that they, you know, have thought through a lot of things. But I know that, like me and everyone else, there are things that they haven't necessarily thought all the way through. And it's like, I want to know what your thought process is, because I find it interesting at the very least, you know. And I don't want to disparage, but I also don't want to let ridiculousness run amok, if that makes any sense. Which is why the other day when I was at work and that person said that dumbass bullshit, I was like, oh no, I will not be letting you get away with this.
And I get, like, being raised Catholic, I get it, Naffy, but we're just supposed to ignore Old Testament God? And like, oh no, he was a bad dude, but don't worry, Jesus fixed that. Like, and again, like, just the fact saying, like, that's the book of the Jewish people, or like it's just crazy to me that, like, again, it's just spin-offs of other religions that all still have this origin point. So why believe one over the other? It is so arbitrary.
I mean, for real, Odin promised the end of frost giants. I don't see any frost giants, do you?
Truly. And also hot, so.
Like the one eye thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Also big arms.
Oh yeah.
You know, in real people, big arms freak me out.
Yeah.
Fictional, I'm here for it.
Got you. Let's see. It gets more complex with Muslim God. Let's see. I think the same God for another. Well, right, yeah. So
when you look at Allah or like the Quran, like, it gets, again, it's all like the same religion from a slightly different viewpoint, and it gets very like complicated. Of like, why'd you pick one over the other? Oh, guess what? You just happened to be born in the white place.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I get kind of weirded out by, is like, how do you know your religion is correct?
White people co-opted the Bible.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's certainly that, especially now, like, I don't know if you... So, I have to ask, because I don't know how much United States bullshit actually pushes its way into Canada. like a fucking annoying dog getting into the fridge, you know?
I heard it referenced really well. Think of Canada and the US as a one-way mirror. When you look at us, you just see yourselves. But we get to look at you. So we get all your bullshit flowing through. We get to look at it all.
Oh,
But you don't see any of the Canadian stuff.
I am really sorry because there is so much dumb bullshit that comes out of our country.
It's a very succinct way of looking at it, right? Because if I asked you about Canadian politics, you probably couldn't tell me much about it.
No.
But I know American politics.
Yeah.
At least somewhat, right?
I mentioned it because some time ago, and I know this has happened before, but there was this person being interviewed on Fox News, which is like basically, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
I know Fox News.
Yeah, they're basically a fucking terrorist organization now.
Yes,
but this, if I'm right, it was this black woman named Janine Pirro, or Jean Pirro, something like that. And she was interviewing a religious scholar about Jesus. And he was bringing up the fact that, Jesus was brown. And she's like, well, how do you know? And he's like, he's from the Middle East.
From the Middle East, bitch.
Yeah, and like it was just, and she kept questioning his credentials, and he's like, and she kept saying like, oh well, what are your credentials? And he's like, I have a doctorate in religion, or like religious studies.
Technically, he would have been Asian, because the Middle East is in Asia.
Very true, very true. Yeah, man, it just like man.
You want to melt some brains? Tell people Jesus is Asian.
So, have you seen American Gods or read the book?
No.
Okay, so it's written by Neil Gaiman, and it's basically like, what if the old gods like were real and existed in the world, and how they kind of function? And so like there are like 400 Jesuses. One for each of the groups. So there's like a Mexican Jesus, there's a white Jesus, a black Jesus, like an Asian Jesus. Basically, Jesus for every persuasion, because it's infiltrated every single fucking continent on Earth. Like even the goddamn penguins are worshiping Jeebus.
That is imperial expansion for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, oh God, what was it I said earlier today? Because it was about like trying to explain why making jokes about like HIV and AIDS and then also suicide is just not fucking cool. And it was regarding somebody from Europe, and the phrase, well, they're from Europe, their sense of humor is very different from ours. And it was like, it's very difficult to explain to a colonizer why the colonized are upset when the colonizer says disparaging things about the colonized. Like...
Again, when your humor punches down, and this is the way I always talk about it, when your humor punches down, you're in the wrong.
Yeah.
You're wrong. And what you have said is not funny, it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I even said that to that person. I think that, you know what, I'm going to look at it. Because I think I said those very words.
Did you use Aaliyah-ism?
I think I might have. Let me make sure. I wish Discord had a search.
and it's very true when you look at and it's actually there's so much stuff, like even when you look at the entire idea of like going back to kind of abortions and stuff like that, when you look at the whole idea of like purity culture and the entire like reformation that happened around people's ideologies towards their bodies and things like that all happened in fairly recent history.
Yeah. Like
we're talking like the 1700s, people. That is not even the majority of human history. That like before kind of those times of like real expansion of the church powers and their real control over people's thoughts and how they live their lives, man, people were just having sex everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, also, if anybody doesn't follow Kinky History on TikTok, you should, because it's incredible. Great content creator. Lots of fascinating stuff. But like, man, people have been like making dildos since like the ancient times.
Oh, yeah.
Like literally. But now, it took I think one person writing a paper about the fact that masturbation is bad and it's a sinful thing. And then it just like spiraled out of control. And we're like, thanks, dude, you ruined it for all the rest of us, for the rest of human history, just because you fucking couldn't keep your dumbass thoughts to yourself.
These other people are having fun with their winkies, and I don't like it.
And I don't like it. That's sinful shit. And And thanks, dude. Now the rest of us get
Dude,
to suffer.
fucking Karens and Kevins ruining it for everybody, man. Sticking their noses in other people's business for real.
Literally.
God damn.
Literally.
God damn.
Um, just insane. Just crazy.
Yeah.
That's a great analogy to the woman mirror. Thank you. Thanks, Ants in My Eyes. Are you Ants in My Eyes Johnson from Rick and Morty?
All I know is that Ants is fucking
I'm
cool.
Ants in My Eyes Johnson.
And
And
also
he's the guy.
Canadian.
He sells stuff like furniture and microwaves, but he can't tell you about it because he's got ants in his eyes. And yeah,
Oh, that's
stuff like
wonderful.
that. And I think at one point he was on fire. I don't know. Speaking of Rick and Morty, one of my coworkers one time, he was like, "Oh, my students want to watch something." He teaches grade 5, 6. And he was like, "I have Rick and Morty. Should I put it on for them?" And I was like, "Absolutely not. Do not put on
Fuck.
Rick and Morty for your grade 5, 6s. Nope, it is fully inappropriate. I do not like. I think like I've watched it. It is not appropriate for them. Do not put it on."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, okay, I won't." And I was like, "Absolutely not. You would literally not get like." You would not even get 5 minutes into that before you were turning it off because it would have sworn multiple times.
Yeah, cartoon does not mean good for kids.
Yeah. I think he knew, like, he knows it, but he had no context for Rick and Morty. He just knows he's heard of it, and the kids wear merch for it, right? Because it's a popular thing. It's trendy, right? So people own the merch. So I think because he saw the students had, like, Rick and Morty merch, he was like, oh, it must be something they've watched, so it must be okay. No. Never assume just because your students have things on their clothing that it is appropriate. I've had students who have literally worn Playboy bunny sweaters to school, and I'm like, you literally have to pull them out into the hall and be like, hey, I see your sweater, please don't wear it to school ever again.
Oh fuck, dude, I don't know what
also, why did your parents buy that for you?
For real.
It's so funny.
Oh god. So speaking of Rick and Morty, I have an interesting question for you. I know that there is an episode where I believe I forget if it's Rick or Morty, but basically like there's something where somebody says the word retarded, and then like I want to say it's Summer is like, I hate that, and then I think it's Morty is like, oh well, maybe the artist is doing something, you know, and doesn't really care about exactly how you feel about it. How do you feel about people?
I don't like that.
Yeah, same.
I'm on Summer's side. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we should use the hard R word.
Same.
And I think it is completely inappropriate to use it because it's used the same way. I'll give you an example. It's used the same way, like growing up, people would use the word homo
or gay,
and they wouldn't mean it to actually insinuate that you were gay. It was an insult, right? It was just a generic insult, a way to say you're an idiot, you're stupid, which is the same way the hard R is used, right?
Mm-hmm.
People use it when they're trying to say something stupid.
Yep.
And I'm like, but you are referencing an entire group of people who are not stupid, okay? They are not stupid.
No.
But you are using them as a reference for the level of intelligence you are trying to relay to someone else. And that's wrong. And I will literally fight people for this. I think it is completely inappropriate to use that word. People in the community have asked not to use that word. And I think as just from whether you agree or disagree, from a matter of respect for them and their communities, to not use it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So the point I was trying to get at is because like I fucking hate it when people use that word too. It drives me nuts, and for exactly the same reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's same thing with like when people use the word gay to mean like bad. It's just like, how do you not understand that like there's an entire community of people who are gay, and you're using the word gay to mean bad, and then you don't see how that's offensive. But the point I was trying to get at is the idea of like people being able to make art regardless of what others think about it, and it's one of those sticky subjects where like the way I see it is, and I'm just going to give my perspective to get it out there, and then we can is that art should not be reined in. People should be able to do what they want in terms of art, because if art makes you uncomfortable, if it pisses you off, it's done its job. Even if it makes you happy. But I also think that shit is 1,000,000% open to criticism, and if somebody does it really shittily, like some comics do, where they do things like, like say something like they use the F word, and by that I mean the one that rhymes with maggot,
Mm-hmm.
or like trigger, but with an N in the beginning instead of a TR.
Mm-hmm.
For white people, if a black person wants to use that, I don't give a shit. Like that's their word now. I'm not touching that shit with a 20-foot pole. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I still think that shit is 1,000,000% open to criticism, especially
For
when somebody does it in a
mm-hmm.
way that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it's like lowbrow
I
dumbass humor.
which I think I have a slightly different opinion.
Okay.
So I look at art as who is the artist.
Okay.
So, for example, if they are using the R word in their art, and the person who has created the art is part of that community and is using it in a reclamation sense, then yes, because that is a reclaiming of the word in order to either make a point or to raise awareness or to show something or to point something out, then I think that is the point of it.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel differently. Same with like when queer artists like to include certain words in their art. Absolutely, because again, it's about reclaiming the word and using it to show, to either raise awareness or show a difference or to get some sort of point across. I think it would be very different, for example, if a straight cisgendered white guy was to use the F slur,
Yeah.
right? So, and I know someone had said earlier that they like Eminem. This is the issue I have with Eminem,
Yeah.
okay? Because he uses terminology that I think he has no right to use. And he doesn't use it in an awareness way. It has been used in a degrading way
Yeah.
and an othering way. And I think that's very important when you look at art, to look at what kind of message this is sending and how it's being used. So when words are used in an othering sense, and not as an othering sense to raise awareness, as just an otherness, that also adds an extra layer of like disrespect to the use of the word. So I don't think the whole idea of like disconnecting art from the artist, I don't believe that's a thing, right? Like I am firmly of the opinion, people can disagree with me, that's fine. But I am firmly of the opinion, if the artist is a shitty person, I will not respect their work
Oh no,
and I
I
won't
I agree with
participate in
you
it.
1,000,000%.
Um, and people might think that's cancel culture, and a little bit of a way it is. Like, I'm sorry, there are definitely
Oh,
musicians that when I've learned about their standpoints, I'm like, I will not listen to your music anymore.
I
Regardless of whether I liked it before or not, I will not because I don't support that.
I have a thing about cancel culture, but I do want to also say first that I think that what you said is very much in line with how I look at things. I don't always do very well with expressing my opinions in the way that it's like I think that you covered all the bases, and I am very much with you in everything you said. Basically, like if well, I even need to restate it. You said it perfectly. I think where like if someone is being disrespectful,
Hmm.
that's poopy, and I'm not saying they shouldn't be allowed to, but I'm also saying that we should all be able to be like, you suck ass, shut the fuck
Yes,
up.
critique is important, I think.
Yeah.
And Nafi, I agree too. My only caveat to cultural nuance is when people try to protect awful transit like traditions
Yes.
because of culture. And
Like
it's
genital
a really, and
mutilation.
that becomes, yes, exactly. That's a excellent example. And so I think there's a really fine line there, and it's really hard to differentiate between like, culture and like protecting culture and traditions versus like there's some very clear-cut ones, like I'm sorry, genital mutilation should not be allowed. It's awful.
No.
It shouldn't be protected by culture. I will stand by
Yeah.
that.
No, I am with you on
But
that.
there are other things that I'm like, you become iffy about because you're like, it's cultural, but like, you know, like, so it does become a very gray area, and I don't think there's really any super great way to go about determining what's right or wrong, other than to just try your best to be aware.
Oh yeah, Afro
Yes, and
Latino.
and and I think that's but And I've seen such like, and I can't speak obviously for the Black community. I'm white, I'm not Black. Um, and that's exactly the point, Nafi. Like, if you didn't know, so if this person identifies Hispanic, they are Hispanic, they appear Hispanic, and they were to drop the N-word, you would be appalled. And I think people who are straddling that line between your race and your what culture you were raised in, I think you have almost, and it's kind of sucks, but you have more of a responsibility to be aware of how you are affecting that culture through your actions.
So, interesting
Um,
point in the United States. It is
mhm,
fairly common for darker Hispanics to use the N word and be
mm.
accepted by the African American community in doing
And
so.
again,
And I
yep,
think part of it is because they also received a hefty amount of that racism, and the
yes,
African
of
and
course.
Latino the African American and Latino communities have kind of meshed in a lot of ways. And I mean, they've also clashed in a lot of other ways. But in that way, like there is, I
Hmm.
don't know, it feels like there's like a camaraderie between the two, where it's like
Hmm.
they've had somewhat similar experiences. Although I don't think anybody has ever had experiences quite as horrible as the black folks in the United States. But yeah,
Yeah, and I think, and again, I will not speak for the Black community. It's
yeah,
not my place to. And if the Black community, and I'm sure there's also division within the Black community about
oh
this
yeah,
topic, because there must be. Um, but I won't. I generally choose not to comment too deep onto um, issues within Black culture and Black communities that are not my place to be anything but a listening ear to.
yeah. Oh, I love that sentence. I really love that sentence because like this is another thing that I try to advocate for on a regular basis by way of example, or not example. Well, I guess example, but like giving an example of myself, where I'm sure you've heard this like a million times before, but I'm gonna say it again. This woman on Twitter that I started following and just never said anything, just listened to everything she said, and it really opened my eyes to a lot of shit that goes on
Hmm.
in the black community, like in terms of like just shit where like a little kid, a little black kid, outside their own fucking house playing with a ball and
Hmm.
then hiding behind a parked car from the police who were on patrol because they were afraid.
Yep.
Like that is the black experience in North America.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's why when Vandy, when you said earlier, like that the vibe in the country has changed, I was like, it hasn't for some people.
Yeah,
This has been the vibe for a long time,
yeah, yeah.
and everyone else is just along for the shit show now.
Yeah, because like
Um,
now some white people are like afraid that there's going to be Nazis marching down the street. Well, hate to tell you, but black and Latin communities have been fearing that with the police forever,
yep,
forever.
literally, because that's what the police were created for.
Yep, yep. I mean,
Anyone doesn't know the history of the police force, look it up.
yep,
RCMP, same thing in Canada. The RCMP was created to keep First Nations people on their reserves.
yeah.
That's why it was created.
So actually, two things that I
Literally.
want to touch on really quick, although it is getting late.
I know you probably have to go.
Which
We've been going for like an
yeah,
hour.
I know. I said it was going to be a shorty, and
Half an
it's been like
hour.
almost an hour and a half. So, and these are both topics that we can definitely cover in like exhaustive detail. I feel like, but one thing is, and this was something that I hadn't really thought of until today, which I was listening to somebody talk about this stuff while I was working. There is no such thing as white culture. There's no such thing as black culture. There's no such thing as like brown culture because Turkish people look white. They are not part of what would
Mhm.
be considered white culture. They don't like mayonnaise, they don't like make potato salad with no salt and pepper.
Yeah,
Like it's very very different and just like
it's
a
very
black
true.
person in the United States does not do the same things culturally that a black person in Africa does. There's really no such thing as like colored culture based on like what color your skin
Yes,
is.
absolutely.
But I
Even
also understand like the
between,
use of that as a shortcut to a
yes,
meaningful conclusion. Yeah.
yes. Even between the difference between African Americans and African Canadians, vastly different communities and experiences.
Hmm.
Obviously, still a nice undertone of racism there,
Yeah.
but different experiences. And it's interesting because I see this on TikTok a lot because obviously I get a mixture of Black creators in the States and Black creators from Canada. And it's very interesting that like when people come into the comments of African Canadian um, content creators and they start talking about the US, the person feels the need to clarify. They're like, I'm not an African American. I'm Canadian. I'm a black Canadian.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's so interesting that people just don't, it's like people don't realize that there are other experiences outside
Yeah.
of that experience, right?
It's like they
Like
just hear that
it'd
term
be like
associated with somebody that
asking,
looks like that, and they're like, that's what all these people are.
yeah, it'd be like assuming somebody like a black person, a black British person knows anything about the state of an African American's experience.
Yeah.
Like they don't live there. They're not from there.
Yeah.
Like they're British. Very
Uh,
interesting.
so the other thing I wanted to touch on briefly was the idea of cancel culture. And part of
Mm.
the reason that I
Mm.
wanted to touch on it is I heard a song the other day on the radio, which made me so annoyed I turned off the radio because it was basically espousing like these conservative bullshit theories of like part of the lyrics were like they'll dig up something from 10 years ago and then they'll cancel you. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, what?
I and I think there's people are misunderstanding the idea of holding people accountable. And to be fair, the internet has like opened up a huge can of worms because stuff that ends up on the internet doesn't go
Hmm.
away.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry, if you shit posted 10 years ago, someone's gonna fucking find that
Yeah.
and it's gonna
Well,
be out there.
and part of
But
my
that should
point,
teach you not to shit post.
yeah, for real. And part of my point is cancel culture, and this may be a hot take, but I really don't think it is. Cancel culture isn't fucking real. Because
I
anybody,
agree.
yeah, so like a lot of people are like, oh, they're canceling, like, okay, Tucker Carlson, they're canceling me, they're canceling me. No, you still have all of your shitty
A huge
audience.
platform.
It's
Yep.
only the people that disagree with
Unfortunately.
you that are saying that they're not going to watch you, which, by the way, they were fucking watching your stupid ass in the first place, Tucker.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think cancel culture is a real thing. I
No.
think it is just a trigger phrase that people are
Mm-hmm.
using to garner pity and to make themselves the victim of their own stupidity. Right?
Oh,
They're like, it's not really my fault. They're trying to cancel me, even though
yeah.
I said this really racist
Yeah.
thing and people
Fucking stupid.
found it on the internet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, absolutely digging up stuff from like literally over a decade ago. We did live in a different time.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't make it right,
No.
but like I grew up around people saying the R word
Same.
like constantly because it was used constantly in people's vocabularies. Have we evolved since then and agreed, hopefully, for the most part, that we should not be using this word? Absolutely. Can I look back and say, like, well, for the time it was okay? No, it was still
No.
wrong.
No.
Regardless of the fact that everyone was doing it and it was like acceptable, quote unquote, it was still wrong. We still shouldn't have been doing it.
Yeah, I really hate the idea of like, oh, well, it was acceptable back then and it was okay, and it's like, no, it was never okay. You know,
It was never
yeah, it
okay.
always goes for me. It always goes back to the slavery argument. Like, oh, it was okay back in the time. No, it wasn't okay. The slaves still knew it was fucking wrong, so therefore it was
Yep.
wrong.
And there were still people fighting against it, and they knew it was wrong. So,
Yeah,
like, clearly
yeah.
it was wrong.
Even in the colonial United States, like in
Literally.
the founding years, there were people within like the within the colonies that were like, slavery is pretty fucked, and we really shouldn't be doing it because it really is bad for everyone. And then the people
Yep.
in the South were like, but our plantations, like it, I don't care about your fucking plantations, dog. Like just stop being a douche. Sorry, not a douche. God, I have to stop using that fucking word. Stop being an asshole. There we go.
The word, at least the word like douche, I mean, I understand why people use it. Um, I don't, it's such a strange word to me. I
Yeah.
don't think, like, maybe you could educate me on this. I don't know if that has any particular negative connotations other than the fact that it's just a fucking weird word to use.
It's basically I think so. My perspective on it is that the reason, at least from what my wife has described or said to me, and what I've looked up, it's to me, it is because a douche is a thing for basically like irrigating.
I know what
Oh,
a
okay.
douche is.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is it using that as a negative is basically like saying something that interacts with a vagina is negative, and so it's
So
more like
kind of
anti-women stuff.
okay, so kind of the way when um saying like, oh, that's
Someone's a pussy,
fishy.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
which
heard
is
that one? People talking about like the use of the word fishy.
what?
Like saying, oh, that's really fishy. To be like that's like suspicious or that's weird.
Oh yes, I didn't
Because
realize
of
that
the
that came from that.
association. There's
Oh
been some arguments
no.
made about the association. Because like people have made this weird association that women's vaginas smell like fish, which they only do if you have like an infection or like something wrong. They're
Hmm.
not supposed to smell like that, right?
Okay.
Like it's a medical problem if your vagina smells like fish,
Okay.
right? But it's been like used So I've heard some, I don't know the entire like background on this, but I've heard some arguments being made that the word has some origins in its use from that. I don't know how true that is. I'm still up for debate, and I haven't done any like
Yeah.
serious look into it. I've just heard some about
I
the
had,
connection.
I had never heard that, but I could totally see it being
And
a thing.
yeah, so I won't like say like it's a for sure thing. It was just an interesting thing I heard that I was like, that's
Also,
fishy.
also want to point out, saying does not know. Very good. If you don't know something, it's very good to say I don't know, and actually letting
Go
people
buy
know
a
that.
douche canoe from my Colton, man. I think though it's different, Naffy. Like as a woman, I think it's different when we use certain words. Like if a man was to use the word cunt, I'd be
Yeah.
like, you're done, you're out. But like as a girl using the word cunt, I feel it's a little different because I have a cunt. Like I feel like, hey, this is I can use this word because it's my word.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there is some. It's the same as goes into the vibe of reclamation, right? Like reclaiming things for
Yeah.
your own use. It's the same reason why like some people are still uncomfortable with the word queer. And generally, if you're not part of the queer community, you're not really supposed to use the word queer because it was used as an insult.
Hmm.
But it has been like reclaimed in the community to describe the community. Um, so just interesting stuff like that.
Yeah.
Douche, I to be honest, I don't have much of a problem with the word douche. I understand the association, and people are not supposed to douche. Totally agree, Naffy. If anyone with a vagina out there, please do not ever douche your vagina. You're not supposed to.
Yeah. Like
Your pussy's supposed to be acidic.
what
Let
the
it be
fuck is
that
it
way.
supposed like? Is like
So it was
you just squirt water
it
in
was
there
a
to like what wash shit out that's supposed
flush
to
it
be there
out.
in the first
No,
fucking
but they
place?
sell creams, they sell
Oh
stuff to put
fuck.
in your vagina, liquid stuff to clean it for vaginal cleanliness. It is a bunch of bullshit that has been sold to women, telling them to make sure you're nice and clean and fresh smelling because women have been sold on this idea that their pussies are dirty and nasty and smell bad.
Ah, so we're
And
back to
that if
hoo ha
you want
crystals
your
and goop.
man, yeah, and if you want your man to actually be willing to do anything with you, it's just like shaving. It's sold on this idea of
Ay
like
ay.
being clean and hygienic and presentable, even though having hair is the hygienic thing because it helps to keep
Yeah.
shit out of your vag.
We're apes. We're supposed to be hairy.
Right, we're not apes,
Hmm?
but we're not apes.
What do you mean?
We're not apes. We're
Well,
not.
how do you mean? I'm pretty sure taxonomically we are, right? Hang on, let me look that up. Maybe I'm misquoting
No,
or
we're
mis
hominids.
hominids, which are I thought they were. Wait a minute, hang on. Humans are apes?
Into the
Question mark.
yes.
I feel like
Like
hominids are like a kind of ape, or is that humans
they're
are
great
apes?
apes,
Great
but like
apes.
I just don't like because people, yes, great apes. And then people think like apes as in just like monkeys.
Oh, I see where you're going.
And
Okay,
you see what I say? Like I get what you're saying because yes, technically like taxonomically, but it
yeah,
makes like this weird connection for people that like we're monkeys and we're not monkeys.
no,
We didn't descend from monkeys.
yeah.
Just
Honestly,
not true.
yeah. It just reminds me of fucking Tim Allen, and it's like, well, if we're supposed to be monkeys, then why are chimpanzees and like this other monkey existing? Like, just fucking
Oh,
Christ. That's the like. Honestly, I just. Can we
literally
just
Nappy.
fire all the conservatives into like just put them all in a rocket and fire them into the sun?
Literally.
Just like actually, let them make a colony on Mars. Let them make a colony on Mars,
Hmm.
please. Or just like I
Perfect.
don't
They
know,
can be.
like make an artificial island in the middle of the Atlantic and just like go ahead. You can have your own government there. Have fun. But yeah, no, I very much agree
Literally.
in the whole like shaving thing. Like my wife still shaves her armpits, and I'm just like, you don't need to do that for real. I don't care.
Yeah, but I understand why people do because it's like I go with and without shaving. Sometimes I shave my armpits. Don't. It doesn't really matter to me too much.
Yeah,
But I'm also like I'm blonde. I have fairly light hair, so like I haven't done anything with my legs in literal months.
yeah.
Literal since like last summer, I haven't like done anything with my legs except for like shaving the bottom half of my leg in order to do my ankle tattoos, my
Ah,
like huge bands. But like I have almost no leg hair. Like I am blonde. I am light, fair. Like I don't really grow very much hair, but I understand after living in a culture that has told you to shave for so long,
yeah,
to break that to like I feel like some people would rather just you know what, I'll just keep shaving because I would rather not deal with the comments of if I choose not to shave,
yeah. It's kind of awful.
right? Yeah, Elon Musk can fucking die in a hole.
For real. Dude, I used to have so much respect for that piece of shit until I
No,
started learning anything about him, and then I was like, God, he sucks.
he's awful.
Yeah,
Absolutely awful. Yep. Having that much money and doing dick all.
yeah. And like, one of the other things that really pisses me off about him is like, I feel like he uses his diagnosis as having ASD as being like this crutch where it's like, oh, well, you can't get mad at me for
Mm-hmm.
saying something that you don't like because I have ASD, and it's like, no, I can definitely get mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know plenty of people with ASD, and they're not fucking tools like you,
Yeah, and he bought
asshole.
Twitter.
Yeah, and he's gonna put fucking
Rather than using his billions of dollars to help out with any real problem in the world, he bought Twitter with it
yeah,
instead. Same with I'm sorry, I don't support like any billionaire. It doesn't matter who it is, Bill fucking Gates, I don't care. And I know everyone talks about he's such a philanthropist, Bill. I'm like, I don't fucking care. That much money, okay? And he uses a lot of that money to fund towards lobbying for like private schools and charter schools and stuff. So don't
ugh,
fucking give me that. Like he's still a shitbag.
yeah, for real. God damn it. Yeah, I just some of these people like
Zombie,
could literally
he's not
solve
your
world hunger.
daddy.
Yeah,
He's an anti-daddy.
yeah. He's a
He's
donkey.
Yeah, an ass.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Yeah. Yeah.
It has layers, like two of them, but it still has layers.
Yeah, ass and more ass.
Yeah. I honestly like.
Bad.
Yeah, exactly. He could
Bad.
solve world hunger, and he fucking bought Twitter to flex. It's just like, and so I have this feeling that at some point you and I will find something that we at least somewhat disagree on. I know we haven't yet, and I feel like we might at some point. And I want to test the boundaries with it. Well, not the boundaries, because that makes it sound like I'm going to do something shitty. How do you
Yeah.
feel? Well, you know what? Maybe we should save this for some other time. But I was going to ask you how you feel about GMOs,
GMOs?
genetically
Like,
modified organisms. So like rice that has had its
like,
genetics modified.
oh, I'm all for it.
Oh, let's go. Dude, I was thinking like there might be a possibility that you would be in disagreement with me, but I'm also with you on that because
there's literally nothing that we eat that has not been genetically modified.
exactly.
There's nothing. Anything that labels itself as like non-GMO is false advertising because they can put whatever they want on packaging. They can say it's organic. They can say
in the United States, it is literally a racket. It is literally there are specific criteria they have to meet, and none of them all it basically means is you can't buy from Monsanto.
Literally.
Yeah, because
so I'm with you on this. GMOs fully support. I would like our food to make us healthier. Thank you.
So the problem that I keep running into with this is like people will keep saying, oh well, I'm not comfortable with like food that was grown in a lab, and it's like okay. There are extraordinarily strict restrictions on this stuff. Like, there's always, whenever I talk about this shit with somebody who, and I'm sorry if this sounds insulting, but people who are anti-GMO are basically the climate change deniers of the left.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, and I know that might make some people really fucking pissed off, but let me explain why I say this. The restrictions on this are incredibly strict. Also, the study that I keep seeing people pointing to, where they're like, "Oh, well, there were poisonous potatoes, released for buying into the population." No, there actually weren't. Those potatoes were never released for consumption. They were used in a test with rats, and that's it. And because they did not they were nutritionally insufficient, and also I think they killed 25% of the rat population that they were tested on. They were like, "There's no fucking way we can let this shit go."
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Or so.
And but Sponge, that's the crazy thing. When he's like, "Why buy?" I know you're just joking, but the seeds you buy, if you're like, "I'm gonna grow my own food," the very seeds you buy come from GMO plants.
Yeah.
The seeds don't just come out of poof magic. They're there. They came from a plant. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
I can't with it. And anybody having concerns, it was grown in the lab. I love that. Perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get some of that agricultural land back and stop fucking destroying all of our land by turning it all into farms and cattle.
Yeah. And I will say the one thing I do agree with on the anti-GMO stuff is basically how Monsanto treats, which is I don't know if you guys buy from Monsanto in Canada, but in the United States there's this enormous conglomerate that at least I think that's the right term for farming and like agriculture, and they basically sell seeds for that make so like seeds that will grow plants once, so you cannot collect seeds from those plants afterwards, so you can't like let them go to seed and then gain more, so it becomes a racket where they just keep doing that shit over and over again, or like this stuff called Roundup Ready.
They're the makers of Roundup. Yeah, I just
yes. So like Roundup Ready plants that basically have like a pesticide built in to the plant. That stuff I'm kind of like, I.
Did you know that Bill Gates is invested in that company?
I wouldn't be surprised. Dude,
yeah,
did you know that ICP owns the Family Dollar store?
I don't know what ICP is.
Insane Clown Posse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, our controller just told me this the other day, and I looked it up and was like, holy fuck.
That's so funny.
Yeah, no, like, apparently they're fucking... Yeah, I was like, you're fucking crazy. Are you for real? And he's like, yeah, man, they own that, and they also own their own soda company. Like, the soda that they smash on stage to cover all their fans is their own soda. And I was like, this is madness. This is fucking crazy. Like, the world is just upside down and full of madness.
I love that.
Yeah, but I understand where people come from, where they're like, I am... I don't know if reticent is the right word, but it's the one that's coming to mind about the GMO stuff, because it's like they want to know more. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but if you want to know more, ask the people that are in these fields. Like, there is resources out there, information you can look up and find all these, you don't have to be like that fucking warlord in Africa that denied like 1 billion tons of rice because it was GMO and said that it was going to make his people sick. And it's like, we're literally trying to help you feed your people, and instead you chose to let them starve because you think without any scientific evidence that this shit is poison.
No, we do know, like, the total side note, we do know that simply providing food to other countries does not end hunger.
Oh, no, definitely not.
Hunger.
No.
So that's a total sidebar to that. Yeah. But still, except the rice, dude. Like,
oh yeah, seriously. For real. Yeah, if I'm right, it was supposed to be like there was like not a drought, but like a famine, kind of hitting that region, and so the United States was like, here's a whole bunch of grains, and then the dude was like, ha ha ha, let me people starve instead. Like, okay, fucking
and people
psycho.
At the top, just because he's not gonna starve.
Yeah, it was just like this is another thing. Like when people have these, because you saying he's not gonna starve reminds me of England during World War II and how all these people like super stand for Winston Churchill. And while, yes, Winston Churchill had to make incredibly difficult decisions, that motherfucker was not suffering. Like, he was getting fat every fucking night, just stuffing his fat gob with food, while the rest of the country was trying to, like, live off of fucking, wheat paste. Like, I hate this idealizing individual people. Like, yes, there are some people who have done really cool, great things. And, like, we should praise them for those things, but no one is perfect. Everyone has flaws, and some have far more than others, like Winston Churchill. I don't know. I get... there are, like, very specific things that really just piss me off, and that's one of them.
Yeah, the let them have cake thing. I mean, Marie Antoinette is... her history is actually super fascinating. But there was also lots of other stuff going on in terms of revolutions in France at the time. Not just her, there was a lot going on in France at the time.
Yeah. And just so we're all clear, let them eat cake did not refer to like soft, moist chocolate cake. Cake was the stuff that was left in the oven after baking bread, aka soot. So she was literally like, just let them eat the garbage that no one wants. Which is just, bleh. But yes.
And like, there was lots of other stuff going on. Like there was like, or her son was involved. Like there was a lot of shit going on. Like,
yeah, her
history is actually super fascinating. As is like the royalty of the past. Their lives are fucking wild.
Oh yeah, definitely. Wild.
But it's an interesting fake quote because it's not a real quote.
Yeah, because I think it was like
fake history. But...
Yeah, it's like what do you call it? Not abbreviated, but
heavily abbreviated.
Yeah, like they took like the meaning and condensed it down, and it's like yes, yeah, there we go. Heavily paraphrased. Heavily paraphrased. Yes, actually, very very perfect. I feel.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that where like the common people adopted practices to help themselves live, and then the rich were like, "We're gonna take that,
Yeah.
thank you."
I mean, like, even fucking lobster in the Northeast in the United States,
Oh
like
yeah,
that shit was prisoner food because I don't know if you've
yeah.
ever tried to
Lobster
eat a
was
fucking
poor people
lobster.
food.
You
Yeah,
stab yourself on that motherfucker more than anything else. Like,
I don't like lobster, so
no, I'm
I
not a
don't
big
like
fan of it
seafood.
either. I don't like having to like smash my food open to consume it. It's not
Yeah,
really my thing.
truly.
But yeah, but it used to be poor people food and like prisoner food, and then the rich people were like, but why do they get to eat the sea cockroaches? We want to eat the sea cockroaches because we're done with eating goose balls. Like
Yeah,
just fucking
this is bussin' respectfully. I shall have your recipe.
sponge.
Bussin',
Holy
bussin'.
fuck!
No cap.
Oh, holy shit!
Oh man.
Yo,
But yeah,
I feel like this is a very good discussion.
yeah, these are good talks.
Indeed. I really hope we didn't like really piss off anybody, and if there's anybody that disagrees with
I'm
us, that they
sorry,
actually stayed to
people we
listen.
pissed off.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I also don't. Full disclosure, I'm kind of at the point in my life where, like, I feel. Whenever I hear something that I, like, vehemently disagree with, it's very difficult for me to hold back.
Hmm.
Because we've
Hmm.
gotten to this point, at least in United States politics, where it's just like, I'm fucking done having to argue for my own existence. And, like, I'm
So
white.
yeah,
I.
the phrase like "I will not debate you." I don't know why North Americans um are
Debate
so
perverts?
like are such debate perverts. Like I
Yeah.
like did you guys have too much debate in high school? Like I don't understand. We didn't It's not debate isn't a thing in Canadian schools. Like
Yeah.
there's no debate clubs. Like this is a very like American TV thing
Honestly,
as far as we know.
I feel like here it's a
Like
very like conservatives feel like if they win a debate that they are like correct and right and good, and it's like no, that doesn't mean anything.
Mhm.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't
But in
understand
any
it.
case, yeah,
Yeah,
Nafi, thank you for participating.
for real, dude, for real.
It's nice to have people talking back and not just sit in an echo chamber, right?
Yeah, no,
Which is what you would
honestly,
prefer.
yeah, I enjoy having our ideas challenged in respectful ways. I will say that the one thing I regret from the last time we did this was somebody said something about like language evolving in Jesse's chat last time, and I don't feel like I pushed back hard enough on it, and I don't feel
Hmm.
like I gave a good enough example. But I also feel like you did a very good job in this particular session of also addressing that inadvertent, well, maybe not inadvertently, but like we were discussing something else, but something you said I feel like addressed that in its entirety, and was when we were talking about the R word, because they were like, "Oh,
Mm.
well, language evolves," and it's like, yeah, but that's never fucking okay, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. And absolutely right, Nafi. Like debate doesn't mean debate because
yeah,
nobody's
exactly.
debating in good faith. They want to debate just to feel smart and be like, I'm
Yeah,
gonna one up you.
yeah,
And I hate one upping.
yeah. One
I
upping
hate
is
it.
fucking bullshit.
It's
Oh,
just an argument that you plan to win, so you're not
yeah,
listening to the other person. Yeah.
yeah,
So I totally agree. Totally agree.
yeah. Like I will like full disclosure. When I was talking about the whole art thing, I was fairly prepared. Like when I said that I was like I'm going to give my opinion. I was basically preparing to be like I know there are holes in my thinking here because I haven't thought it 100% through, and I was
Mhm.
very much prepared to be like, no, everything you're saying makes a lot more sense than what I was thinking, which is basically what happened.
No, I think it's just there's like people have different ways of discussing things, and um I don't want to say like you're newer to the sphere of discussing things openly like this.
No, I think you're
I
kind of
don't know if
right.
you think that's a fair thing to say.
Well,
Um
in a way, I suppose I am. Well, okay. You know what? I hadn't really started doing this openly with like other people that I don't like really know until God, when was it? It was like during the Trump administration when Black Lives Matter
mhm.
became a thing, and that was when I kind
Yes.
of decided like I can't I can't do the this is just a safe place for like
Yeah.
everybody to have fun because
You
then
can't
it's
be a
not
fence
actually
sitter anymore. Yeah.
yeah like I can't just be the like and plus do I want these motherfuckers in my community? The answer is no.
Yeah.
Like yeah yeah
Hmm. I saw an interesting post about that the other day where they were, and I don't fully agree with what they were saying, But it was a Twitter post.
Mhm.
And the person was pretty much saying, if you say in your chat rules no political content, you're not a real ally. And I was like,
Oh, for
okay,
fuck's sake.
I think you're going a little too far. I understood what their point was, and that like, especially in times of like where so much is happening politically, that revolves around people's identities and human rights. I understand why you would feel that saying no political content in a Twitch chat as part of the rules um, would like make you feel like you're not welcome because you're pretty much saying it's not a safe space. And I'm like, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand that people who are streaming are also trying to create a safe space for them to relax because
Yeah.
for a lot of people it is just a relaxation space, right?
Hmm.
And I so like there was good debate in their chat. I think they were pretty much trying to stick to their guns about this, but I was like, I don't fully agree with that, right? Like, I think you can discuss political content, but I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to discuss it. It's the same as I've mentioned before to like Jessie Abeb, that like she'll talk a lot about mental health on
Hmm.
her stream, um, and I will not talk as much about mental health, and that is because I don't have as much experience. So, for example, if you wanted to talk about, like, let's say you want to talk about depression, and again, trigger warning for anyone out there who doesn't want to even hear about this,
Yeah.
talking a little bit about depression. Um, but I don't feel like I don't have, I feel like at some point in my life I went through a little bit of depression, but like I'm a very stable person emotionally. Like I feel like I'm really good mental health. I don't suffer from depression. I don't suffer from anxiety. I don't have ADHD. Like, I'm like that's just where I am at in life.
Yeah.
So I don't feel qualified to talk about mental health as more than just like I support mental health.
Yeah.
Like if someone wanted to talk about it, I don't want to talk about giving you advice because I don't really know super good advice. I'm not qualified. I'm not a specialist. I don't want to provide counseling. I don't want to provide therapy.
Yeah.
Like that's what I don't feel that's my role. But somebody might take that as like, oh well, you're not providing a safe space. Well,
I.
no, I'm just making my boundaries in my space because you're in my space
Yeah.
clear, right?
No, I
So
agree
that's
with
kind of
you.
where when I saw that Twitter post, my instinct was like, you're not being open to the person who is streaming. You're thinking about you as the viewer and
Hmm.
what you want. But you also have to keep in mind that the person streaming is also a person who has their own experiences, thoughts, feelings, things they're going through, and they might not want to talk about some of this stuff. And that doesn't mean they're a bad ally.
Yeah.
It means they're at a point in their life where they can't talk about this, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay to set boundaries, and like this is another thing that I fucking hate, and I agree with it in one way, but I also hate it in another. When like people talk about like if you don't call out racism when you see it, you're not being a good ally. In a way, I very much agree with that.
Hmm.
But I also think that there are some times where you have to also take care of yourself, because like I know for
Absolutely.
me, there are times where if I was going to call out racism when it happened, I would get into a fight. And I don't want to get into a fight because when I say I'm going to get into a fight, I mean like I know that I'm going to lose my cool and it's going to get physical and that's just not good for anybody. Or also, I just know that like there are times when I can't mentally deal with that shit and it's just going to overwhelm me and I'm either going to say
Yep.
something fucking awful just to like because there's a coping mechanism that a lot of people use and I know that well I shouldn't say that a lot of people use because it's kind of inadvertent but and I know that happens especially with like people that have ADHD like myself
Hmm.
where if you are just like done with a conversation there isn't really a better way like there isn't a good way to get out of it so you just say something fucking terrible
Yeah.
to just end it and it's
Yeah.
like I don't want to do that if I'm gonna call this shit out I want to do it in an intelligent way and not like
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
if I do this thing where I say something fucking garbage then it's just gonna reinforce the other person's perspective to them it's not gonna
Yeah.
make anything better.
And I'll give you an example. Like I'll give you a really real example because it happened to me not super recently, but like my so I have like adopted grandparents. Neither of my parents are adopted. They're just our adopted grandparents. Like they adopted us as their grandkids. Okay.
Okay.
Um and so my adopted grandmother passed away before Christmas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Um and we were it's all good. I've done my grieving and processing, so it's all right. But thank you. Um, and so we were at like post funeral, and everyone was just kind of like sitting around talking, like drinking, right? Like, reminiscing, doing whatever. And like somebody made a comment. People were discussing stuff, whatever. Someone made a comment about the LGBTQ plus community, right? And they're like, oh, like those people's lifestyles. And I was like, I'm literally at like a post, like it is like literally a few hours after being at a church funeral. I cannot get into this. Like, we're not doing this right now. And I'm like, does that make me a bad queer person that I wasn't willing to stand up and be like, how dare you, like, let's get into this in front of the entire family, as well as my like adopted grandfather, who like, I'm not getting into this.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely not. Like, this is not the moment. It's not the time. Does that make me a bad person for not standing up for my community? No, it was simply not the time, and I was not the one to do it at that moment, right? And that's okay. Did I think about it for days afterwards that I should have said something? Yeah, of course. Because I'm like, I should have said something. But also, it was okay that I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't always be the one to say something.
Yeah, this also gets into something that, like, so ever since you offered to do just like an impromptu kind of talking stream, I kept thinking of like all these different things that we could talk about, and one of them was the idea of Karen being an overused term, and now people just use it for someone they don't like or that did something they don't like. So, like, the reason that I kept thinking of it is my sister-in-law and my wife are insane advocates. And they will stick up for their communities, like serious mama bear. Well, not mama bear syndrome. That makes it sound like it's something wrong. But like, for example, this dude was driving super recklessly, like weaving in and out of traffic in an SUV. My sister-in-law figured out where he was going, got in front of him. Like, she basically slowed down at the intersection, stopped, rolled down her window, and started yelling at his ass.
Oh, jeez.
Like, that's the kind of shit we're talking about. Or, like, my wife one night when we were driving home saw this woman just, like, walking on the street, throw her Dunkin' Donuts plastic coffee cup over to the side when it, like, splashes and pushes shit everywhere, and then she throws her paper bag with all this other garbage in it. My wife rolls down her window, doesn't say anything to me, just rolls her window down and goes, "Pick it up!" And like startled the shit out of this woman. And I know some people would be like, your wife or your sister-in-law are being Karens. No, they are defending their community, because when you litter, you are damaging the community. When you drive like a reckless scumbag, you are damaging the community. You are literally being a danger to yourself and others.
Litters, if you litter, I have zero respect for you as a human being.
For real.
Zero. Littering is unexcusable.
Yeah.
Unexcusable. Like, we live in a society that has garbage cans on fucking every street corner. Throw out your trash.
Yeah.
Especially people who throw garbage out of their cars. Despicable.
Yeah, I get, like, and I don't want, like, people to be hurt or whatever, but, like, I get a sick sense of satisfaction watching those videos of, like, Captain Dog Poop, where he goes around and, like, people that don't pick up their dog shit literally just picks it up with, like, a rubber gloved hand and then throws it at the person. And it's just like, I get, like, this sick sense of satisfaction. Or, like, when a smoker will, like, take the ashtray in their car and just dump it out onto the road, and, like, a random biker or, like, bystander will just, like, grab a fistful of ash and then just toss it back in the person's face.
Yeah.
Like, that shit, yeah.
You deserve it. You're
for
being
real.
a bad person.
For real.
We live in a society, truly.
Indeed,
truly
indeed.
we do.
Oh, fuck. All right, it is 11:30. I should probably go to bed.
Go to bed now.
All right.
We could talk more. We definitely need to do, if you're doing Am I the Asshole stream, I would love to be part of your reading for it.
Oh,
would
dude.
love to.
I thought about it, and the way I would like to approach it is I would at least like to try doing it solo a little bit to see how people like it, and then I am really looking forward to having you on to do it, and we can figure out, like, the format, because for real, I read really slow, and my brain sometimes skips over words, so if you want to read them, I have no problem with this.
I can definitely read for you.
Yay! It'll be like grade school all over again. Oh, that seems weird. I'm not gonna. You know what? Forget I said that. Delete that from everybody's memory, please. That's weird.
No. I have a friend who's a very slow reader, so I understand.
Okay. Whew. I get... Okay. Thank you.
And I have to like consciously remind myself when I'm showing him stuff. I'm like, look at this. Are you done reading it yet? And I'm like, no, patience.
Yeah, my wife does the same thing, where she'll like, no, don't clip that. I will delete that clip. By the way, I also have to apologize for, like, sometimes my brain goes to weird places and I can't stop my mouth from saying dumb shit, so I'm really sorry.
Reading's hard.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean just, like, even just mentally, where, like, I say some of the dumbest fucking garbage that just comes to my mind. And sometimes it makes for good quotes, and other times it really is just, like, highly cursed, and I am sorry.
Yeah.
And I never mean to make anybody actually uncomfortable, unless you're conservative, and then I really want to make you uncomfortable all the time. But anyway, thank you guys for being here for this whole, whatever this was, the gaming and then the conversation, and for the input. And I didn't realize you actually put that in the quote thing. Thank you, Vandris.
Yeah, she did.
Yep. All right. Well, that's the Joe Rogan quote right there.
Because eventually you're going to forget it was about Joe Rogan, and you're just going to see that clip, and you're going to be like, who? Who is this referring to?
Yeah, I'll have to be like, who is, like, gorilla-like, and also just, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, man, thank you guys for being here and listening to all this and engaging and, being part of the conversation, because it really means a lot to both Leah and I think. I mean, I don't want to speak for you. And one other thing that I do want to say before we go is, I was consciously trying to not speak up as much about the abortion stuff, and I know I didn't do such a hot job, because for real, this should be a conversation that women tell the rest of the world about. Men should really just shut the fuck up and listen, because it's women's bodies. Men should have nothing to do with this shit, for real. And so I apologize for if at any point I ever made you feel like I was trying to take over the conversation, because
no, absolutely not.
Okay. And if I ever did...
I think male advocates are important, because there's a lot of men who only listen to other men.
Yeah. No, yeah.
If it changes someone's opinion to have a man speaking about it, then
yeah, absolutely
speak on it.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I don't know if there's anybody streaming. I don't even know if we should. You know what? I'm not going to raid, because I should just go to bed. And if I raid somebody, we're just going to have to stick in their chat. Well, I'm going to stick around their chat for a little while, and I really got to go to bed. I shouldn't say anything. Okay, now we're getting into... Okay, I think we may have found my kink. Now we're getting into my kink, which is just like, women should just run the world, and we're good. So yeah, thank you guys all for being here. You are wonderful people.
Zombie, you're banned.
Banned? No.
Alpha is a bannable word.
Okay, before we go, I want to address one more thing. Because Zombie is a fucking troll, and now I have to do this, and he's baiting me into doing 15 more minutes, and he's got me, and I fucking hate him for it. The term alpha male comes from disproven science about wolves. There is no such thing as an alpha male in anything.
Literally, the person who wrote the article about alphas has come out like slightly after writing it to be like it's false, and everyone just ran with it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Who'd have thought conservatives ran with disproven science? Who'd have thought?
Imagine. Who could possibly know that vaccines cause autism?
Oh, it's...
I know, right?
It hurts. It hurts. The brain worms, they hurt. Right, y'all. Have a very good evening. I will see you tomorrow for more LDs. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.